Whiskey Thoughts is intended for a mature audience and is not for those easily offended. If this content hurts your feelings, please share it with your friends for moral support.
Whiskey Thoughts, episode 3 in the house. I got my usual suspect, Mr. John Getz, and my man, Coop LoPresto, the famous Coop LoPresto from Facebook. Everybody knows this guy. We got him out here. We drug him all the way out here from Fairfax.
Fairfax, Virginia.
Might as well have been fucking the goddamn North Pole.
All the way traffic was. I probably would have gotten to the North Pole faster.
Yeah, right. So we got my man out here, and we're gonna do an awesome fucking show today. We're going to be talking about shit that a lot of people don't want to talk about, don't like to talk about, are scared to talk about. But the three of us, this is what we have to say. If you don't like what we're saying, hey, don't fucking watch it. We don't care. But the thing is this, how all three of us feel is that if you can't say what you want or what you believe, right? Whether it's true, whether it's controversial, anything like that, we have the right to say whatever the hell we want to say. And I'm telling you right now, that's what Whiskey Thoughts is all about. We're going to crack the bottle of whiskey. We're going to take the filter off, and we're just going to get crazy. So if you haven't seen the show before this, that's what you're about to get into. You're about to hear three guys talk about as raw as they can get. And it's going to get even more raw as we go on because this is going to take the filter off, and the shit's going to start flying.
It's a lie detector.
Yeah, man.
It's about to get weird.
It should be. I like it. So we're about to get it after. We're going to do something a little bit different today, too. So one, kind of see we got a hat sitting here, and I've got a hat on my head. We got the merch. We got the swag. We're going to start kicking this stuff out. So there should be a link that you should be able to follow, whether it's on the podcast page here that you're watching, or somewhere in the link. We'll get it out to you. So that way, if you guys want some of these hats, man, they're badass. We're going to have all the merch coming down and swag so you guys can get it. But beyond that, what we're going to do is now we're going to do like what we actually call like our own little individual whiskey thoughts. We're just going to give some random shit to kind of get us going, to give you guys a little taste of the stuff that you're going to hear and see. And so John, pour yourself a glass and give me your goddamn whiskey thoughts, brother. What are we drinking today, by the way?
New Riff.
That's good stuff. That is a good bottle. That is a really good bottle. Kind of quick backstory. There's a group of people that do charity work with this. And it's awesome because you can buy a bottle of the whiskey, and then I think it's $100 per bottle, but $50 goes to the charity that they work with, and it's cool stuff. And It's a different charity every time. Really good people, really good organization, even better whiskey. So it's good stuff. I think you guys are going to enjoy this one, brother.
All right, pass that over.
Yeah, and if you beat these things up, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we do a lot of that.
They come out fucking all over the place.
Yeah, one more thing about the merch. I posted a grand challenge in the Facebook link, and it's if you can guess the point of this podcast where I have to go take a pee again without going over, I will give you $20 towards a new piece of merch of your choice.
You're a good man. So
I don't think I have a choice in the matter. The way
you just got to tap out. We'll get you out of here.
You can go right here.
Diapers. We gave you whiskey thought diapers. That's another thing that we got coming.
Get them on the page before it gets shut down.
It's coming, man. I can tell you that.
So I guess going back to my seemingly
hold
unrelated
on. Hold on. So, all right. So they have to guess when you're going to take a piss.
Yeah.
Is it within? I mean, obviously it can't be exact.
Without going over. We'll give them
without going over.
Yeah.
So the closest to when you get up, tap out, and take a piss.
The Price is Right rules, right?
Got it.
Yeah.
What was that?
Closest to the dollar.
No
going over.
The little guy goes over. I love it.
Oh man.
All right. You're up, brother. Lead us off.
Seemingly unrelated rant of the week is that speaking of traveling, I was in Boston yesterday, and
my condolences.
Yeah. Got a text from Southwest and said, I was supposed to be out on the 3:00 flight. All right, my theme is what the fuck is wrong with the airlines right now?
Gotcha.
All right, so 3:00 comes around, or 10:00 comes around, flight's canceled, and I get a text message. I'm like, clearly this is like spam.
Yeah.
Ignore, fuck you. My coworker comes by like, hey, our flight's canceled. I was like, great. A couple minutes later, you're booked on the 9:00 flight.
Yeah.
So What do? Go to the bar. Decide I'm going to walk from where I'm at to the airport because it's only 3.5 miles away. Can't get there because of water, right? No water taxis are running, et cetera, et cetera. 6 o'clock rolls around, flight canceled. Now you're booked on the 10 o'clock flight. An hour later, flight canceled. Now you're booked on the midnight flight. So we get to the airport around 8.
What airline?
Southwest. Yeah.
Figures.
Yeah. So, I mean, show me the better one.
Zero.
Besides your own, or
Spirit,
like driving.
maybe?
Yeah, maybe it could be.
Who are they owned by this week?
Right, exactly. They're all garbage. All right, so keep going.
Yeah, so get there at 8, and flight gets canceled again. It looks like it's being booked for the next day. The next available flight's Friday, right? So then it's like, all right, you're back on your flight again. And then I said, I'm like going up to the ticket booth and go, what time are you actually leaving? And the guy's like, oh, like 1:28. So then another thing comes in, like you're flying out at 2:01 a.m. I land in BWI at 3:40. Get back to the house.
It is the worst
5 a.m.
when like, because you pray, you go to the airport praying that everything just goes smoothly. You know, I don't need a smooth flight. I just want to get on the fucking plane and go to wherever I'm going on time. That's all I ask for. Because as soon as you get thrown off, especially if you're traveling with people, like it's bad. Traveling by yourself, you can be like, oh, this fucking sucks.
Right. But
when you're traveling with people and then the complaints come, I'm done. I can't deal with shit like that. I'd rather just fucking. But what the fuck is going on with the airports right now? Like, why are they so busy? I keep hearing from everybody.
Because now they can actually fly. Like, first off, now you have all the pilots are coming back in.
Yeah, they're working now.
And people are like, oh, I don't need to wear the mask. It's not as miserable. So they're going on the flights. And this feeling of a return to normalcy.
Yeah.
And they're willing to put up with all the extra bullshit that's.
So you just think it's volume.
Yeah.
The airports are crazy because there's a shit ton.
I think it's volume. And I also think a lot of it is they're not doing the remote, or a lot of companies are going back to regular work rather than remote work.
Yeah.
So people are traveling again. Not even saying like, they have to commute to work by plane or anything, but whatever plans they had before.
They're doing their normal day-to-day business, traveling,
business coming
conferences are back, all that shit's back. No, I get it, man.
I think it's compounded by COVID in the beginning. A lot of the old balls pilots like retired, like took that early punch out, and now you have a retrain period, and now you're up against that, and travel's spiking.
They're
and
pushing
there's nobody
hard to train new pilots.
Yeah,
like they're giving all sorts of incentives for like pilot school and that stuff. My dad was like, "Hey, you should do it." And I was like, "They're probably going to require the same stuff that got me out of whatever."
Yeah. True. Yeah. I mean, shit, man. Dude, being a pilot would be awesome.
It'd be awesome. I don't want to have to live out of hotels.
Yeah.
The same way that. So I used to live, when I lived up here in Maryland, I used to live right by the hotel where all the flight attendants and flight crews that were, laying over in BWI would come and hang out. I was like, y'all are wild, but I want this lifestyle.
Yeah, every once in a while. But yeah, living out of a suitcase all the time, like I don't think I can do it. All right, you got a whiskey thought for us?
Let me just.
My bad.
Yeah. So zero compensation for all this bullshit that happened to me, right? So we were just having a conversation before this started upstairs. I'm like, Southwest didn't even like text you, nothing. And so we're sitting here, all of a sudden, you have a voucher from Southwest. It's $100 for your 11-hour detour.
Do the math.
Couldn't even give you minimum wage.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Southwest.
Thanks, Southwest.
Yeah, I heart you too.
Exactly. Isn't that their logo?
Yeah.
But it's like what you were saying, name a better one.
My buddy's an airline captain, and I won't say which brand or whatever because it'll probably kick me in the nuts. Yeah, he's like same.
They're all sucks. And they've all, like the ones that used to be higher tier, have all lowered their standards so they can play
travel in general, dude. People used to dress up and like it was an event, and now you're coming in your barely pajamas. Yeah.
Yoga pant mafias.
Yeah, dude. People on the plane, man.
I had to fly in and out of Miami for like a year. I've never seen anything like it.
That's a scary.
Like big girl in a wrestling singlet.
Horrible down there.
Yeah.
I don't know what those people do. I don't know what they think, but yeah,
They don't care what you
it's
think.
It's another world.
You left your house like that.
It is another world down there. So,
all right,
brother, you got a whiskey thought for me?
Yeah. I don't have anybody in the school system right now.
There you go.
I know you do.
There you go.
But how are we feeling about the public schools? Like, at what point are we going to have this mass exodus to homeschool or private schools?
I think it's starting.
I know it's starting,
Yeah,
but when is the cascade preference going to hit? Like, when are we finally going to hear the death of, or see the death of the phrase, like, oh, but then they turn out all socially awkward and that stuff. So, like, have you seen the socialization in the schools?
Yeah. No,
like,
it's terrible. It's worse,
yeah.
I'd say. Yeah.
This is how you turn kids into sociopaths and psychopaths.
By design, buddy.
Yeah.
By design.
I know it's by design, but at what point are we going to have enough people say, I can't do this to my kid, and just realize, hey, you know what? Yeah, you might need 8 hours of the day to teach 30 kids on all varying levels, something. But if you've got just your kid that you know how to, incentivize and get through to them, a whole day's worth of subject matter can probably take about 2 hours.
You can jam it in pretty good.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people, man. It's like, and so that's a great point. And my kids are in private school, and they're in Catholic private school, and they're there for a reason, because the public school system is a fucking abject failure. Yeah. It's just, that's what it is.
Oh no, it's a smashing success for what it's designed to do, but not what it's being sold as.
Just churn out dumb fucking kids that have no ability to do. I'm not even kidding. Anything. They have no skill. Like, okay, great. So you can pass a test at a minimal level, right? Just to be able to get a bullshit piece of paper that says, I walked across the fucking stage. Zero life skills. I mean, Christ, when we were going to school, at least you had home ec, right? And they taught you how to balance a checkbook and stupid little shit like make fucking macaroni. I mean, some skill that you can actually translate into the real world, right? Because I mean, when was the last time you used calculus? This motherfucker probably uses it every day.
We just had this conversation.
I've certainly looked up calculators to run whatever numbers I'm trying to go for, but off my head, no.
Yeah.
But that brings up another thing is, you pointed out, hey, we had home ec, we learned how to balance checkbooks and all that stuff. You talk to a lot of people in my peer group, and they're just like, oh, well, they never taught us how to do this in school. That would have been so much more useful than whatever, algebra or trig or calc and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, but we did learn this stuff, especially when they get into like this social sort of sabotage thing where they're like, oh, we never learned about the genocide of the Native Americans and the Old West and all this. We never learned about that in high school. It's like, yes, we did. You were in my class. We wrote a paper about this.
We did learn about
You just forgot about it because you have the memory of a goldfish and you're trying to latch on whatever social movement right now.
Because they want to be the victim.
Yeah. So it's like when we were going through school, we did learn a lot of this stuff. People just brain dumped it, which I'm the king of brain dumps. So it's like,
you only have so much space in there, man.
You gotta forget something to learn something new.
But it's like a lot of people. It's like, oh, we never learned this in high school. It's like, we did. You just didn't pay attention. It's like we absolutely learned about the Japanese Americans and internment camps in high school. Like
everything.
Yeah,
everything. U.S. history, they do a pretty good job of actually going back and teaching all this stuff, and like even European history, they do a decent job. Mm-hmm. But to me, I like history. Right. So those are things that I find cool anyway. But it's like, back to our point that we were saying, it's like, when does an adult, right? Life isn't the same anymore. Right. Where you would grow up and you would say, okay, I'm going to get married. Right. And then I'm going to get married relatively young and I'm going to have children and the man's going to go work and the wife's going to stay home and take care of the kids and all that. Well, that's gone, right? So men and women are now equal and women have their own careers and they do all this stuff. And if you're a stay-at-home mom, you almost get like, you're lauded. Like it's like you're chastised, right?
You're discouraged from it. But you're kind of shamed.
But you see these other women, and they're supposed to be feminists that are lifting women up. Well, shit, if that's what you want to do, if you want to be a wife and a mom, why is that a problem?
Because it's not about liberation. It's about getting them on a different social path that aligns with whatever your goals are trying to do. Yeah. That goes the women's liberation thing. The Rockefellers push that hard.
Yeah.
And I forget who it was. It was the guy that wrote Trading Spaces or Trading Places. But he's some.
I can't think of the guy's name.
Well, he's not alive anymore. But he was good friends with one of the Rockefellers, and he's got this interview where he recounts a conversation where he's just like, it's like, you want to know why we did women's liberation? For two reasons. One, now that they're in the workforce, we can tax 50% more of the population.
Yep.
So we can get more money out of that.
Sure.
And also, it's like, well, now you don't have anybody at home taking care of the kids, so you need like a daycare to put them in. What is that daycare? It's public school system.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
exactly what it is.
now we've separated them from the parents, and we can control them. We can teach them whatever we want. We
That's
are now the ones indoctrinating the kids instead of the parents.
So that's my point is like, how do you, parents aren't going to say, okay, I'm going to give up my career.
Right.
I'm going to stay home because you've rewired the women, right? The
Yeah.
women, that's not okay anymore. So I don't care about the education aspect. Like, I mean, they could literally be teaching them to be communists, which they
Could,
fucking
yeah.
are, right? That's exactly what they're
That's
doing.
generous of you.
Right?
Could, yeah.
Yeah.
So they are intentionally fucking our kids up, right?
Yeah.
And the parents are so involved in their careers that it could literally be like, listen, we're giving your kid, a hammer and a sickle, and this is what we're giving them, to play with. And the parents are like, well, it's not
I mean, a
so
teacher
bad.
knows better than me about. It's like, no,
Exactly.
they don't.
No.
So
Jesus.
I
I was just gonna go where you're about to go. Like,
That's an entire hour-long conversation on its own.
and
Yeah.
In defense of the teacher,
some
some teachers, you're trying to do multi-topic stuff, and that's really hard to be good at all things. But
It's
at
really
like a
hard.
second
But
grade
why
level,
would you do that over like a parent? Because
Agreed.
teaching 30 kids who are all on different levels, even if they're in the same class, even if they're in the same like honors or GT, or if we still have those, but not everybody's at the same level. Some kids are advanced, some kids are where they need to be, and some kids are behind.
That's right.
So you can only devote so much attention to so many kids.
yeah, who gets the most attention?
Are you going to teach the kids that are where they're supposed to be? Well, now you're leaving out both kids that are advanced and who aren't.
Right.
The kids who are advanced, you don't need to focus on them. They're already beyond. So who do you focus on? You focus on the people that are behind. And there's an inertia to it. It drags everybody else down. So,
and they should be moving the lower ends out, to be honest with you. And then they should be taking the middle and the upper tiers,
Yeah.
and they should be teaching the middle
To move up.
Yeah, because they're going to drag along.
Because the lowest tier is going to need
100%.
that special care.
right. But if you're one instructor who
Then you
has
can't- you
30
can't do
kids
it.
to do
You
this,
can't do
you
it.
can't do it.
Yeah,
So
you
I'm
can't
sorry,
do it.
but you were set up to fail.
Right.
And getting indignant about it when I call you out on this stuff isn't going to fix that. However, if you're a stay-at-home parent with maybe 2-3 kids, 3-4,
Yeah.
it's like you can handle that a little bit better. Also, you've known them their entire lives,
Right, you're
and
right.
you see them the whole day, not just for a 1-hour period
Right.
or something like that.
I would love to know that statistically. How many women are stay-at-home moms
Mhm.
that's their role? I would love to know how
I think
many
you're
are
seeing
home.
a resurgence of it just
Yeah,
because of
yeah.
the financial situation, as we talked about last week.
Yeah.
But stay-at-home care or like daycare,
You
is
got to work a full-time
crazy
job.
to pay for that. So
just to pay for
now
the-
you start looking at the cost-benefit analysis to go back to work. Either the mother or the father to stay home and take care of the kid actually benefits the family financially to stay home and do it versus sending them to somewhere else and 6 kids in care is costing you double what your salary
But
is.
that's where the system sort of gets rid of the free market, as it
Right,
were,
right.
because daycare costs money. Private education costs money. Public education doesn't. So now you're getting
Sure.
free daycare. Well, free. It's
Yeah.
coming out of your taxes.
Yeah.
But free daycare to send your kids away for 8 hours while both parents work. And so, but both parents work so that they can pay for, things like daycare for the kids that are too young to be in the
Sure.
public schools or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it's like there's this arms race between bringing in enough money to pay for all the shit that if you didn't have to pay for, you wouldn't need
Yeah.
2 people
And
working.
as a good parent, I don't have kids, but I look at it from another
What?
perspective.
Oh my god!
That you know.
Yeah, of course. But if you're cognizant of that, and you're sending your child to subpar education, like I wouldn't want that. You know,
Yeah,
I want to try to get them to the next
And
level.
I don't think anybody like consciously wants that.
Right.
But it's like, what else are you going to do?
You don't have a lot of options.
You don't have a chance. You don't have. Yeah.
And that's how they get you. That's how they sort of defeat the free market of education.
I think that, you know, obviously, without saying the absolute blatant obvious, COVID helped the point of people saw a lot of the bullshit that they weren't seeing before. And just the simple fact of, let me put a mask on your kid for a full day when the rest of the world has basically taken them off yet. I think that that's where a lot of people would go, wait a minute, okay, fuck this. You know, there's a problem. And that's exactly what it is. You know,
And it's like exposures and all this stuff, and you get yanked out of the education system, and then you get put back into it, and the kid's not doing any work through the whole thing.
No. We have friends where their kids were like, you know, first, second grade. We're in that pivotal. You know, their children are trying to learn how to read,
Right.
Yeah.
and they lost a whole year, and so now you're seeing third graders that are, you know, they're struggling to actually read. And it's because they missed a whole year.
It's not even just the educational stuff. It's also a year. It goes back to the
Developmental
socialization thing. It's like
socialization
you
aspect,
spent a year of this kid when he's 7 or 6 or
Some
8.
critical years.
Yeah, the formative years where you locked them in their room, muzzled them, and kept them from all their friends, and taught them through a screen.
Yeah.
It's like it's straight out of the intro to
say
1984.
that, right?
Yeah.
If I said, hey, I took a kid, I muzzled them, locked them in a room.
Any other year, that would have been CPS would come by.
100%. If I say that, if
Yeah.
I just say that, I took a kid, I locked him in a room, I put a muzzle on him, you're like, are you a kid toucher?
What's your hand look like?
Uncle Rico.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't see. Look at all the shit, and this is the shit that we're going to talk about today. Look at all the shit that everybody has been blinders. It is fucking right there in front of you. You know, clear as day. There's video evidence. There's everything in the fucking planet.
That's a conspiracy theory. I don't know what you're talking about.
And people taking their masks off their mouth and they just fucking put it right over their eyes, and they don't want to see it. And it goes back to everything we just discussed in regards to education. When are they going to say, I've had enough, I see all the bullshit, and I'm taking my kid out of public school? Like,
And I'm waiting for the preference cascade, where you might think a certain way, and
preference as in like which gender?
which I mean,
Yeah. Which of the 97 genders are you?
But it's like all right, I have, let's just say, doubts, or it's like even subconscious beliefs, and like it's like intuitions.
Yeah.
But it goes against what everybody around you is doing, thinking, expressing out loud, and all that stuff. So you keep it to yourself.
Which is dangerous.
But when you start hearing like 10 other people say that, you start to get a little bit more comfortable expressing those doubts and those feelings, and really like just sort of processing those thoughts. When maybe 50% or more people around you start saying the same stuff, now you're voting that way. And now you're arguing in public that way.
Yep.
And that's your preference cascade. When enough people realize like, I don't care what anybody thinks, I'm going to do that. The people who do care what other people think see that and like, you know what? I'm done hiding and I'm going to go act on this. And that's where you see a preference cascade. So, and I think a lot of people have these doubts about public school, but they're like, I don't know. I don't want to be the parent that's getting roped up at a parent-teacher conference or a school board meeting. I don't want to be the
nobody wants to.
I don't want to be the conspiracy theorist.
Nobody wants to get called out. Nobody wants to be that person anymore. You know, and that's Marxism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's everything that leads to what we're saying, communism. It's, you know, I'm going to shout you down. I'm going to ostracise you. I'm going to call you out. I'm going to harm you, harm your family. Like, that's a dangerous thing.
The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. That's the old saying, but it's true. And so it goes back to why people are wearing the blinders, why people are wearing the mask, even though when everybody else is, because for a year and a half to 2 years, they were great at following the rules.
No.
And that was now a virtue of theirs. Was I'm better at following the rules than that motherfucker over there, that
Moral
guy.
superiority.
Yeah. And so Now that's starting to evaporate, and they're losing their damn minds about it.
Because they're going back to being fucking nerds.
Yeah, that was the one thing they had, and they're taking it from them.
I swear to God, it's like I'm going to offend some fucking people right now, but like if you took the fat flag girls. Sorry if you were a fat flag girl.
Yeah.
Okay, if you took the fat flag girls, and then all of a sudden they became the cool people, right? Because everybody
queen, right?
Yeah, because everybody loved flags all of a sudden, right? And they were like, well, I'm a fucking fat flag girl to begin with. Like, that's what we just fucking witnessed.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that those are bad people, but I'm just saying, like, in the scheme of how societal norms are, right? It has nothing to do with being fat. I'm just saying, like, you took people that are generally weak, right? Their constitution is not a very strong one. They can't stand up. They don't go against the grain.
Less
right?
than ideal in whatever situation you're talking about.
Not this, because this word's so over fucking used. Sheep, right?
Yeah.
Just follow the herd, go along with it because it's the easy thing to do.
The stanchion recruits, as we
Do not cause a problem.
Yeah.
Just go with the flow. Even though you might internally disagree with all the shit, you're doing it because you don't have the ability to stand up and like, oh, fuck you. You know, like, I'm not going along with this. Fuck you, fuck your mask, fuck everything. Like, not everybody's wired like that. And the majority of people aren't.
Well, not everybody's wired by that, but it's like some people have more to lose than others in certain regards if they stand up and cause problems. Because, like me, I can cause problems because, like, what the fuck are you going to do to me? Somebody who's got, like, a family of 7, because God bless them, it's like they have 7 kids that they need to worry about.
Right.
And if they cause problems, they're not the ones feeling it.
Yeah.
Now all, I guess, 9 in this situation would.
Yeah,
you know?
So
it's like I get it, man. Like, you might not be able to cause a scene that me and my hooligan friends are, but
great. We just said this. Jack Del Rio.
Yeah.
Jack Del Rio was talking about January 6th, which we're going to get into here in a second. But the dude said there was a dust up on the Capitol that day on January 6th. Like, that was it. Didn't say, like, these people, aren't what he just said.
Well, he's obviously Hitler and needs to be, taken.
They fined him $100,000, which is 10 times more than I think a helmet-to-helmet contact fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm being serious. I'm not even exaggerating.
Sure.
I think it's like a $10,000 fine for helmet-to-helmet, which is a pretty serious, infraction in the NFL. And they made him shut his social media down.
Yeah, right? Well, because helmet-to-helmet is a penalty. What he did is a struggle session. Yeah. They need to put him through a struggle session so that he knows you never get to do this again.
Well, he was the example for the entire team, right? The team was number one.
It's like when Aaron Rodgers...
don't say this shit. Otherwise, we will crush you.
Yep.
And that's what we're saying. Like, if you could do that to a guy like Jack Del Rio, right? Mm-hmm. Makes a shit ton of money. Guy's got fuck you money. And he's a very well-known, powerful guy in the NFL. And if you can shut that guy down, and he made the decision that you were just talking about. My family, my career, my money, it's all more important than me speaking out and saying what I actually believe. And that's the scary part, man. It's just like, if you're not Jack Del Rio, if you're just Cody Kessler, and you are stupid and crazy enough to do a fucking podcast where you say all kinds of crazy shit, like, it's pretty easy.
Like I said, buy merch while you still can.
All right, so my whiskey thought. My whiskey thought. So I kind of was alluding this a little bit earlier. Like, so if we all agree that women and men, they're all the same now, right? There's no difference between the Supreme Court justice nominee couldn't even define.
Well, she's not a biologist, Cody.
She's not. We already get it. John is.
I am.
So
I gave my opinion
for now.
I gave my opinion. It's not popular.
Yeah, it's not noticeable. So it's like, if you know that a man and a woman there's no difference at all. Biologically, socially, there's no difference, right? Okay, cool. So we all know what mansplaining is. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't. Could you mansplain it?
I think John.
he can't because he's a hot
man.
You used to be a fat flag girl.
I did.
And now he's a hot bitch.
This is good.
Yeah.
So
a little exercise.
So if if men and women are the same, if a woman is nagging a man, complaining, wouldn't that be considered mansplaining? And from in the liberal social circles, isn't mansplaining technically illegal? Like from a social standpoint, it's like a fucking party foul, right?
The fact that you're calling it nagging is sexist. She's not nagging. She's standing up to the patriarchy and telling truth and power.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Leave the show right now.
You gotta think like that, man.
So I would say
we like to explain both sides.
Yeah. Well, I was saying this. I was having a thought the other night, and I was like, wait a second. And I'm not going to say, maybe there's some complaining going on in my life. Maybe. And I was like, is she mansplaining to me right now? I was like, I don't think this is not right. I mean, we're not allowed to mansplain. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But that was my thought that I was having the other day.
What's amazing though is you're only able to come to that sort of thought experiment because mansplaining has morphed its definition to fit whatever they need. Because originally it started, it's like, all right, say I'm some 1960s CEO and
it was condescending.
My smoking
position.
hot secretary says something, and I because she's a woman, she is therefore wrong.
Yeah.
And I must tell her that she's wrong in a condescending manner because she's a woman.
Right.
That was like the original definition of mansplaining. Yeah. It's the condescension because of the sexual dynamics.
Exactly. Yep.
Now it's if you are identified as a guy, you can't disagree with a woman.
You
ever.
can't speak.
Yeah.
Essentially what it is. Because if I say, no, this is what I think.
Right.
Not even like this is how you do it. This is what you're going to do. If you rebut.
Even if you don't rebut, if you're the soy face and you're just like, you know what, you should be able to be in control of your body, and you agree with her, it's like, yeah, but I didn't need your validation. It's like
to agree with me. You damn
but
if you don't.
That's exactly the 1960s flip. Now she is the we are the secretary and she's the CEO.
When did this fucking happen?
Like it's everything that you hate
I
is now you're doing.
To be a trophy husband, so this works out in my favor.
Sir, you would not be able to keep your fucking mouth shut for a second.
No,
not for a second. So I'm honest question here. When did this happen? Like I often think back and I try to pinpoint like when the fuck did this happen? And I'm not saying that I don't want control. I am a feminist in the true definition of like, dude, I don't care what you are. If you're a woman, you can go do whatever you want.
And just like
do.
this, we can have an intelligent conversation back and forth. But
100%.
when you remove the intelligence out of it, it just becomes emotional.
100%.
I don't think there was a moment where the switch flipped.
No, there definitely was. Because it was pretty abrupt. It was like the switch.
Right.
It was like I woke up one morning and that was the new world.
Well, it's the slowly turning up the heat and the frog doesn't realize it's boiling alive in that thing. But I think it's a parabolic trajectory.
Yeah.
Like it runs an exponential because this has been going on since even before. Like we all like to say it's like when the Soviet Union was created, they try to infiltrate. It was going on way before that, like French Revolution stuff. Like their end goals have not changed. It's just the amount of influence they've gotten. Yeah. And they've gotten that by exporting their ideas and infiltrating whatever institutions they can.
These are long game.
Right. Yeah. It's very long game.
Yeah, these are not like, hey, let's implement this in 2 years. Let's implement this over 200.
Yeah, it's not linear. It's parabolic.
I mean, you see some of the 60s stuff, and obviously it was way present then. Yeah. And then I think social media, obviously, it gives it a voice and avenue.
Social media lets you know how many people are shouting out.
Yeah, so your likes, you can tune your message to the thumbs up button.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an algorithm, whether you realize it or not.
And I think that what you said there, it's like it amplifies people's voices, which is why I don't like social media from the standpoint of like.
It doesn't like you either.
It fucking hates it. But it's one of those things where you can see somebody that's generally normally quiet, right?
Right.
And then, especially on social media, where they don't have to have any kind of face-to-face contact.
The sheep became the shepherd in that scenario.
I would say that they were still sheep. But there's like a fucking fake vampire teeth you put in at Halloween. Yeah. Like you put fake teeth on a sheep. And and they want to bare their teeth until you like, listen, motherfucker, I'm still the wolf. Yeah. You're still a sheep. Because how many times has somebody mouthed off?
Yeah.
And then when you get in face to face with them,
Oh yeah, keyboard warrior.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know, I wasn't being serious when I told you to fuck off.
But your masses in the movement, right? That can happen on social media.
Yeah.
You can create that 50% rule on social media
Very
by your
quickly.
algorithm
Yeah.
Well,
and adjusting, and then you become the shepherd. You really do from the keyboard.
Twitter is incredibly educational about this, or it's illuminated the problem. Somebody ran the numbers, and it's like 80% of Twitter users don't say anything. Like they don't.
They just
It's like
read.
voyeur.
Yeah.
They don't tweet too much and all that stuff.
Interact.
Of the 20% that do, 80% or like 90% of the people that are responsible for a majority of the tweets out there are leftist women. And so, but because that's all the noise, that's the emptiest can rounds, the loudest, you know, it's like the vocal minority, as it were. That's who public relations and media departments of corporations listen to. So when they're seeing nothing but this cascade of you know, talking points, they decide like, oh well, that's where the trends are going. We need to market to these trends. You know
who did a really good job of that? You know, paying attention to what the people want, and then listening and executing on a strategy that really.
Mr. Rogers.
Disney. Yeah. Fantastic.
No,
hey,
absolutely. Yeah.
Let's do cartoons with gay fucks that like and lesbians. Like nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Like,
except for the 20%.
Except for that. Yep.
Loudest people.
Except for these people that scream
and Black Rock. But I mean, you know,
this is strangely true and funny. It's like that's such a bad.
Well, I was told we were going to be talking about conspiracy theories.
Yeah. So all right.
Conspiracy theory is.
All right. Should I go get the aluminum foil?
Yeah, I was gonna say mine's already on.
I was gonna. You can market that.
I line the inside of my hat.
Every Whiskey Thoughts hat has an aluminum foil liner.
That's fucking great. Good work. Copyrights on that one.
Yeah.
Copyrights on that one. That's good shit.
I want
it. That's really good.
Just mark that as insulative.
Yeah. Keeps you warm. Cooks your brain. So, all right. Let's raise our glasses here, fellas. All right. So we're gonna get into this.
Cheers.
Here's a whiskey thought. What the fuck is going on in our country right now where we have the ability to sit here and talk about the United States government, okay? The government, not one specific agency, not the president. I'm talking about top to bottom fucked up shit where we're being lied to consistently. It is coming out. We're seeing evidence of these things that is, you cannot refute the evidence. You see it, right? How the fuck did we get here? Okay, how did we get here? And what I want to do is kind of go through. We're going to talk about J6 obviously because that's huge right now, and there's a lot of shit that we need to talk about because people need to know what's really going on. I want to talk about the school shooting. Go back to Uvalde. It was Robb Elementary. I did hear they're going to demolish that school, which I think I applaud that decision. Like, how do you walk back in? How do you tell kids to go back in? Yeah, just kids are going.
How long is it going to take?
I don't know, but I mean, I think that they should do it quickly as possible. But the mayor just announced that they're going to demolish that school.
Well, there was a lot of things that they were supposed to do quickly and didn't. So.
Yeah, respond to the event.
Ow.
Good segue.
Ow. So, and then I mean, shit. We can get into Russian collusion. We can get into whatever the fuck you guys want to get into. Landing on the moon.
They can't even collude with themselves during the fucking operation.
It's so fucking pathetic. I mean, we can talk about. I mean, we can even get into the war in Ukraine right now because I think it's kind of funny. How is the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, right? He's supposed to be fighting a pretty serious war right now. How y'all meeting with celebrities, bro? How y'all?
What celebrities are going there? Yeah. Not even in like I better dress in like these extra BDUs to blend in, so I'm not a target.
You've been downrange.
Yeah.
You've been to places.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to a war zone to hang out and shake hands. Like you want nothing to do with it unless you're throwing lead back at people. Like you don't want to be there, and unless you're crazy and you enjoy that kind of shit, even then. People don't want to be there. So I don't buy this shit. So
yeah, I was just talking about this with like my team, and it's not a team that would ever go to any place that we would consider harsh, as it were. They won't go to like a porta potty, as it were. Anyway, you don't go downrange to go hang out and party. Like,
No.
Being invited there, you're like, it's not my war, it's not my thing. I don't think I'm gonna go.
What's the goal? What's the end result that you're looking for? Like,
again, it's like it's
the photo
bullshit.
It's the photo because
the like button.
There was nothing that they could have accomplished there that they couldn't accomplish over an encrypted VTC.
Sure, yeah.
It's
they want the picture.
Yeah, they want the picture, which is why they're dressed up in their normal pantsuits, even the men, and they fucking go out there and they take the photos and so we're here to support Zelensky.
I wish we could show this meme that I made because it's pretty fucking funny. Did y'all see the
What's that?
I took the picture of two of them. There's two of those idiots standing next to each other.
Yeah.
So there's a picture of Zelensky
and Zoolander.
and Stiller and Zoolander.
How much of that $48 billion is going towards Zelensky's medium fucking skinny?
That's what I'm saying. So it's like the two guys that are 5'6". They're both 5'6".
Blue steel.
Yeah, I'm not a tall guy. I'm 5'10". So I'm not sitting here claiming that I'm a giant or anything like that. But two guys that are 5'6". One happens to be the president of Ukraine, and he's in the middle of a war. And you have these two knuckleheads taking a second and stop and take pictures. And it's a fucking thing that says Gap Kids casting call.
Blue steel.
It's just too much.
Well, because he was a performer before he became president. He was a comedian. Like there's a video taken from whatever variety show he did where he's doing like the gay dance. Yeah.
Now again, here's a weird.
Which I don't get Ukrainian humor, so that might be a thing.
But the guy was an actor and a comedian, right? And I think, again, conspiracy theory, I think that he actually wrote a show which was produced. And the show was about an actor / comedian becoming the president of Ukraine.
I hate spoilers, dude.
So he wrote his own show that was on TV. It was a big hit. And then the dude actually became the president of Ukraine.
I wonder if the U.S. would ever have an actor that became president.
Never. They would never
go for it.
Only a guy that was on reality.
Jimmy Carter would destroy him in the election. Yeah.
I mean, Ronald Reagan, he was not an actor. He was just the governor of California.
Yeah.
But that
real
goes,
original content there.
Yeah, right.
But that goes back historically, which we elect celebrities to be our politicians because an election is a popularity contest. So the most popular person is going to be elected some of the time,
and it's an acting career.
But like acting certainly helps you on the campaign trail and with the public relations and all that. Like they're all trained to do it. But even going back hundreds of years ago, you didn't have movies, so you didn't have movie stars.
Right.
Who were your celebrities? They were your authors, who a lot of them
singers.
Yep.
Singers were the big guy. Yeah.
Which they became politicians. Before that, who were the celebrities? War heroes.
Yep. Sure.
They absolutely became leaders in that stuff. So we've always elected celebrities. It's just our source of celebrity has changed. And nowadays, because everything is so controlled on getting that swing percentage, you're trying to, you're not, people aren't running, platforms are running, and like this organization that decides that is running, and then they just cast whoever's going to be the face of it. AOC auditioned
to her brother signed her up, which is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Signed her up. It was a casting call. Now that's what's his name? Shank Uger. Yeah,
the Great White Buffalo of
dude. I mean, so it's called the
Young Turks.
The Young Turks, but
the Justice Democrats.
The Justice Democrats. They are single-handedly responsible for Thomas,
the Squad,
like and now a number of others. And this guy comes out. This is not a conspiracy theory. Like they're open about it. They say very clearly, this is how we are going to change American politics because we're going to change it internally. We are going to attack the Congress. We're going to attack weak congressmen, and we're going to find people that we know are exactly like you just said. They have character and personality. We're gonna tell them what to say. We're gonna tell them how to say it. They have no ability to represent the people. We're just gonna give them the narrative, the hot narrative. Read this, say this, do this. That's scary, man. And they think that they're going to be able to take over Congress. And you know what?
Well, and they might be.
And they might.
I mean, but you can always see when they decide to go off script.
Yeah.
Like when AOC is in her apartment making margaritas and all that, she is not anywhere near the level of, I don't even want to say intellect, but she's not on script like she is when she's in the chamber or on doing an interview or anything like that.
It's so clear.
Yeah.
You know who does a really good job, though, of making sure that when he does go off script?
Who is it?
Mr. Joe Biden.
Well, he always says the quiet part out loud whenever he does.
Dude, my God. What did he say the other day? Like, we need more money for vaccines for children, but not just for vaccines for children. We need more money for the new pandemic that's coming because there is a new pandemic coming. The dude fucking said it out loud. Can you imagine being like on his team and being like, what the fuck did he just say? Like,
what's even better would be to be on Kamala Harris's team. Because, like, you know he's fucking up and you just want to shake him. But you can't because your girl is even more unpopular. Which, how do you do that? How do you become less popular than
I don't want to steal your joke, but...
Oh, yeah. I was like, so, guys, you ever fall off your bike in front of a bunch of people? It's embarrassing.
But I was 4. Like,
you know what's even more embarrassing, given the memes about him, is the first thing he did when he got up was make a beeline to a little girl and just start talking to her.
It's so pathetic.
It's like...
It writes itself. It really does.
Is nobody on his team like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that?
Yeah. There's no
Hair,
way.
I need to sniff it.
There's no power. But there's no way that the man... There's no way that man said, hey, I don't want to feel like going for a bike ride.
Yeah.
Like, that man just wants to sit on the fucking couch.
No, it's like
and do
Buttigieg when he did it. Like, get the bike out of the back of the
Did
car.
he put the seat on first? Demonetized.
That's funny.
Get these while you can.
That'll be good for like another 10 seconds. So you know,
wait until the SWAT guys show up at the
100%. They're kicking everything down.
Oh, hey guys.
What are your thoughts?
So there's not a fucking chance that he did that on his own. Somebody's like going, hey, listen, we're gonna get you on a bike today. We're gonna do a little promo, a little this and that, and in the back of their minds, they're going, please don't fucking
Jill.
You couldn't have given him training wheels and just kept the camera off of it. Like nobody there was against you guys because it was all planned.
It was all planned.
So
it's like, gather in this area. We're gonna be coming down here. All of these. Was he riding with random people? No fucking way. Did you see how everybody broke off to the right? Like,
well, not only that, the Secret Service wouldn't let him do that.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right,
100%.
Yeah,
100%. That was all planned. The people there were planned. Cameras were planned. Hey, the president.
Just don't fall.
There's no spontaneity.
You had one job.
There's no spontaneity within like 100 meters of a president, and there hasn't been since like Ronald Reagan.
Other than the president being spontaneous.
Yeah, other than the president, you know, and
can't count.
Like, which they learned the hard way with Trump. Like even the guys that were trying to keep him on leash were like, I don't know what to do. Like,
when he's in the bathroom, God, I can't.
Yeah.
We can't screen his tweets. What the fuck?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I often think that it had to have been him for a degree. But there also there's no way that guy was tweeting as much as he was.
I think the ones without spelling mistakes were the ones that were written beforehand. But the one like Kafefe, you knew that was him. You know, sitting on the can, just being like, media coverage.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, just look into that whole thing.
No.
Apparently, there's like a whole there was a code.
Yeah. So I've heard everybody trying to make it something that it's not. But like my first thought was like, he was trying to say coverage and just autocorrected and get it. But now it's a thing, and it's like it's some people's Wi-Fi passwords.
It's got to do what it's got to do. All right, so let me run this down.
Cue the Q.
What do you think of the Russian thing? Do you think it's real? Or do you think it's bullshit? I know it's a tough question. It's just fucking.
I mean, I think all countries want to play and have some intelligence on what we're doing. Yeah. I don't think. Let's just say, no more than anybody else. Right.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking into our stuff. We're looking into their stuff, allegedly.
Yep. So do you think that they went after Ukraine and that's legitimate and there's like a legitimate conflict going on over there? Because we don't hear anything anymore, right? Because they shut down, which I thought was really fucking weird, how they made that Russia came out and said, okay, so you're either gonna, if we catch you saying anything that we deem to be a lie, we're gonna basically put you in jail for 10 years, right? And so at that moment, all the media that was saying a bunch of bullshit that we knew that actually wasn't true, which was the vast majority of the American liberal media, the BBC, all of these mainstream outlets, they were gone. Everybody just packed up. They were like, well, I don't fucking, 10 years in a fucking Russian prison? No, thank you. And they were gone. And so you don't hear anything anymore. There's no counter argument. There's no Putin said, well, we're not doing this. Like, you guys are doing this, and this is why we're doing this shit. Like, that's all gone now. So they've controlled that narrative, which I found that to be really, really fucking strange. Like, no one is going in and be like, let's talk. Let's put you on camera, right? Because I don't want to go to jail for 10 years for saying something that isn't true. So let's get you on camera. You speak your mind because the world wants to fucking know. Why isn't anybody doing that?
Because no world leader would bother doing that. I think the only one that would have been Trump. But
you don't think that it's in their best interest? I mean, they're talking about nuclear war, right? Sanctions, their economy. I don't think it's done nearly as much damage as they thought it was going to do.
No, that was one of the biggest mistakes, and one of the reasons it was a huge mistake is not only because it's backfired in every which way, both in the short term and the long term, but especially the long term. Because not even the biggest thing. The biggest thing was that Joe Biden and whoever is feeding him his decisions decided to weaponize the world financial system against Russia. It didn't do what it was supposed to, but that means that is now on the table for any future conflict.
Yep.
Whereas before, that was the world's Switzerland. Was like, this is the one thing that we're not going to touch.
Yeah.
You know, like, we'll lob missiles at you all day, but the money keeps flowing and all that. He weaponized the global finance market.
Yep.
And then what happened is enough countries were like, no, but we still need oil to operate off of.
Yeah.
So they created a parallel economy based off the ruble, that's the short term backfire, right? It didn't do what it wanted to do. We're hurting. They're not. Well, they're hurting, but not as much as we wanted.
They're hurting for different reasons, but certainly not because of the oil. Right?
But now in the future, every country has to be like, all right, is whatever fucky thing I'm doing in the best interest of all these other countries?
Yeah.
You know, or else is everybody going to just be like, oh, well, now we're not dealing with you anymore.
Yeah.
You know, now, and it's going to be fucked up the way that gets utilized. And before it was somewhat regulated, but it was more regulated by like natural forces than what they're trying to do with like this global, like actual regulatory agency. The World Economic Forum wants to get on that and all that stuff. So now it's whatever the guys at the top decide. It would be like if the common market in the EU decided one country was out of line, so all this trade that they're entitled to because they're part of the common market, now they aren't. It'd be like we imposed a Brexit on Italy or whatever.
All because they didn't do what we wanted them to do.
Right, where Brexit, you know, they voted to leave on their own accord. Everybody was upset about it, but they decided to do that. Whereas it would be the EU saying, all right, hey, Poland, you're out. Or
what about China, right? So China and Russia are trading oil outside of the U.S. dollar, which is
China helped fund their expedition into
exactly. So again, conspiracy theory. To me, it's pretty obvious to me that China is actually behind that. That there is a drive from China because what does that do, right? It's clear what it's doing globally, right?
It's clear what it's doing globally, and it also not completely, but it majorly destabilizes your biggest regional rival.
Right.
And I mean, they are rivals despite the fact that they keep working together. I mean,
so what else does it destabilize? Your biggest global rival, the U.S.
It superpowering the superpower.
That is what I think that this is about.
It's a long game. It's a long game for them for sure.
Well, I think,
but it had short-term wins in that. Yeah.
But it's also, we can't focus on Ukraine and Taiwan in the same spot.
Never. Yeah.
We absolutely can't.
What if it's something...
Ukraine is where all the money gets laundered for the people at the top, so that's the one they're focused on. Taiwan, if that falls, that the entire global economy is fucked, because that's where a vast majority of all the semiconductors, microchips, and all the stuff.
Yeah. Tech
there's a reason you can't get your Xbox, and that's because there's a shortage of
cars.
Yeah. All the electric cars that we're supposed to buy.
All right, so let me throw this out there and see what you guys think. So, what if you said this is long game, right? But what if the long game were the culmination of the long game? What if they've been playing this shit for a long time, right? And now they go, all right, so we got the guy that is now in office that we control. Why do we control him? Hunter Biden's laptop, right? Okay, so conspiracy theory, look at that. We were fucking right about that too. Everybody said that was a bunch of bullshit, lying motherfuckers. They covered that shit up. They covered it up right after the election.
How are we supposed to know that it was real before the election?
The fact that it was fucking real.
Yeah.
So we know what's on there, and the shit that's coming out on that laptop now is nuts, right? They just
I'm not allowed to see it. I don't want to go to jail for.
Well, the last thing that they just released was a voice recording that was on his laptop saying very clearly that his dad's in on all this shit, and you got to run everything past dad, right?
Oh, it's a deep fake. That's what it is.
Yeah, no, it's just all a deep fake. It's all Russian propaganda. I mean, come on. Man.
Yeah, I was thinking about this a little bit earlier, and it's videographic evidence. It goes back to Rodney King getting beat in the street, and it was a response to something I saw. You can't.
That's it.
Yeah, there's nothing you can put in front of me that dude's getting beat. But I'm going to respond to that.
But how do we?
I see Hunter Biden with hookers and blow. You're going to respond to that.
But we've gotten to a point where we see it, right? We see it, and they go, "That's Russian propaganda," and half the fucking country goes, "Oh, that's Russian propaganda." Yeah, and the other half goes,
"Boone's a genius man.
Are you fucking out of your mind? Are you out of your mind?"
That's where the gaslighting starts, and they don't even need you to actually believe it, but they need you to act like you believe it.
Yep, that's right.
And that's what it's about. It's about controlling behavior, not so much the thought. It's I'm gonna show how nerdy I am. There was a Star Trek episode where dude's fucking captured, and he has to say that there are 5 lights when there are only 4, and he knows there's 5 lights. The other guy who's interrogating him knows there are 4 lights. The idea isn't to make him think that there are 5 lights. It's to get him to say that there are 5 lights. It's you know I'm lying. I know you know I'm lying, but I'm gonna make you act like it anyways.
And then now your ass is mine.
Yeah,
because it's a mind fuck, right? Yeah.
All right, so let's jump back to this. So we know that Biden is owned by China, because if China came out and said, "Listen, we've got this," and they served that up on a silver platter, he's done. Right? People will listen to that. People will respond to that, because then you have a enemy superpower giving evidence. He's done. So he's going to do whatever it takes to appease them, because they've got his son wrapped up in a little tiny box, and he cares about his family, obviously. And they have him. He's strung
a little too much in some cases. If you read that diary,
dude. Oh my God. We'll touch on that in a minute. So I firmly believe
I don't want to touch any of it.
Yeah. I firmly believe that this is China driving this, right? And so this is an opportunity for them, because destabilization of the American economy for China, that's the war that they're waging, right? So we're in the middle, let's just call it World War III, right? We are in the middle of World War III, that we don't even know it. And not one shot has to be fired. They figure that out. They can't beat us militarily. They can't. They can never come to the U.S., invade us, take us over. It's not possible. Physically, I don't care, right?
But what do? They pump money into Ukraine. They got us to give money to Ukraine to stimulate that so that they can take it.
So they can pull it out.
Yeah, but that's also
win-win.
There's a reason it's 46 billion, which I was told could solve world hunger.
Right.
Is because Ukraine's not going to see all 46
No,
billion of that.
not even close.
No, that's going to get washed and come right back.
It's going into all the contractors and everything else that's going to be promised to come over there and rebuild.
Yeah, it's all kickbacks. Like I said,
that's the whorehouse.
Yeah, Taiwan would destabilize the entire fucking global economy. But Ukraine is where the money laundering and the private piggy bank for
that's all the crimes
are,
right? So they can't expose the crimes because if they're all exposed, I mean, I can't even imagine. I mean, there's the cast of characters that we know about, right? So Pelosi, Romney, Biden's obviously, McConnell. And this isn't just Democrats. No. Trust me.
There's controlled opposition on both sides.
I hate Republicans just as much as I hate Democrats because they're all shit. Yep. They've sold our country out. They've sold us out to foreign countries and money.
Yep.
And that makes me sick. You're traitors to this country. So I agree with you. That's the money laundering whorehouse for the U.S. Congress politicians and people with power, right? Because it goes back. There's no more money than the American taxpayer dollar, right? It's endless now, and so they can make up money in a computer.
Which, oddly enough, like that realization sort of made me stop freaking out about the national debt.
Yeah,
because it was like,
it's not real.
Enough countries are so backed, but like we just pump so much money into the economies and we back the currency of so many other countries that like at a certain point nobody's gonna let us fail.
Well, I think that you're wrong in the sense that
China is trying to make that happen, but enough other countries.
Did you watch any of the WEF that was a couple weeks ago? Did you listen to Klaus Schwab and what he has been openly saying, right? Talking about like how they want to collapse global economies,
right?
So that they can implement a one world government and a one world currency.
Yeah, it's consolidation.
That's all it is. So I mean, you can't have a strong American economy and collapse, that and say, hey, you guys are killing it. You're doing fucking great. You don't need us. But why don't you just go ahead and shut that down? Give them all your civil rights, that Constitution that you guys have.
Live in the pot.
Burn that fucking thing. Yeah. Burn it. Burn the flag. Burn the Constitution. Come on over here.
Are you going to eat the bugs?
Sure.
I hear they're high in protein.
They are.
What was that thing? It was like I saw that a pound of crickets.
Yeah, it has like 3 times the protein. It's like, okay, but how much creatine does it?
They're selling bugs. Yeah, no, it's for communism. But so it's like, but you look at the standpoint. I see it as they have to take down the U.S. economy, right? Because once that happens, you've now proven unequivocally, right? Unequivocally by what we've seen over the last 2 years. People respond to fear, okay? They respond to fear and they will do whatever they are told to do, as asinine of fucking shit that it is.
Yeah. Who's the guy? He's part of the World Economic Forum.
Klaus Schwab is
he's a leader, but this was another guy. He's like he looks like the wannabe gay Steve Jobs of the World Economic Forum. And he was saying that COVID proved that humans are hackable and we can make them 100%. Do whatever the fuck they want.
These people are saying all the shit that
they're saying it out loud because they think there's nothing that you can do about it.
But what is there though? I mean, that's another thing. So if these guys are saying it out loud, where they don't even give a fuck.
Yeah.
They're basically saying you should own nothing.
Yeah.
And be happy about it because we will take care of you. Well,
they're not even saying be happy about it. Now they're saying just be grateful what you have. Or if you own nothing, be grateful that we let you rent whatever existence you have. So it's like with inflation, they're saying like, oh, people just aren't used to not spending money. Or whatever. It's like, I'm talking about paying bills or filling the gas tank. Like, I'm not talking about,
What was the article I just saw? It was like in the New York Times, like something about like, yes, inflation's real. No,
I was told it was
it's not that bad. Yeah. And here's why you should be happy about it. Mm-hmm. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This is the kind of shit that's like, it's the brainwashing, but there are people.
Yeah, there's 5 likes, right?
They will read that article and they will go, well, I guess it's not that bad. I guess I should be happy about it.
$6 a gallon, not $7.
And then they start defending it.
There are kids starving in Africa, okay?
Well, it's because it's been again divided by political platform.
I'm being taxed for my privilege.
It doesn't even matter anymore. It doesn't matter what you're fucking talking about. If you're associated with this or this, it's a magnet. Right? It is just a polarization on every thought level across. It transcends everything, right? It is the ultimate Marxism because it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from. If you believe that you are morally superior because you are thinking this way, like, I don't think I'm moral superior because I think a certain way. I think I'm intellectually superior because I'm fucking smarter than you, because the shit that you believe is insane.
Yeah.
It's not even like, it's just fucking nuts.
He's just reporting 4 lights instead of 5.
Yeah.
He's not.
17. Okay? I say 17. It's because I'm fucking drunk. How many lights did you see? 47.
I got one for both of you.
Okay, so I've kind of made my case. Like, I don't buy into this Ukraine. I just don't. I understand that it's real, but the things that are behind it, that's what I'm questioning. I'm like, okay, I really do see this as like almost a patsy, right? Like, they were like, oh shit, our economy is fucked up. Whether it's what's causing it, right? Gas prices instantly spiked, literally almost the day that he took office. The economy started.
No, that was Putin. How dare you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point. It's like they expect these people to just take whatever data, logic, realities in front of them and be like, no.
Well, I think
Putin.
they're feeding them a confirmation bias that they're already looking for.
Yeah.
Because
But that's what I'm saying.
I'm not going to put her on blast, but I was talking to somebody who, a guy will in do it. So I was talking with my mom, and she knows I'm sort of like the black sheep of the family. We don't agree on politics and that stuff. And I forget what brought it up. She was just like, everything comes in cycles, and you can't really blame it on the president. And it's like, that was a cope, because trust me, for between 2016 and 2020, everything was the president's fault. Right. But it's like, that's a cope. And I brought up like Carter and how the site, sure, it's cyclical, but it always seems to line up with something.
100%.
Mainly a Democrat in office. But she wanted to not have to blame the Democrats or blame Biden or blame Carter.
It's a reflection of her bad choice.
Yeah. And so everybody else, they saw the gas prices skyrocket just like we did. And for a while, they were just quiet. They didn't say anything, or they were saying, oh, you don't know, it can be because of him and his oil policies and him immediately shutting down pipelines and putting extra regulations on oil companies and all that. They were looking for an excuse.
The president has no control over the price of oil.
Yeah. He's got control over executive policies.
Funny thing. Who's the little girl now that's in the White House?
Well, with Biden, that could be anybody. But
well done, sir.
Well done. Touche. Well done.
But it's
now I'm talking about the press secretary.
Oh, the
little black girl. Like,
well, all I know is that she's black and gay. I don't even know her name.
Yeah, I mean, she's terrible at her fucking job. But she literally just came out, like they've been saying for God knows how long. The president has no control over gas prices.
Yep.
The president has no control.
Jen Psaki was saying that for.
They just came out and said the president has a plan to get gas prices down, and Peter Doocy was like,
But they don't need to make sense.
Minute.
They just need to provide that excuse, because, like I was saying, it's like everybody was just sort of quiet, or they were saying, it's like, oh no, you can't prove that it's tied to him or his decisions. But as soon as Russia and Ukraine kicked off, suddenly it was Putin's fault. Because they said, well, obviously, we have to do these sanctions, so obviously it's Putin's fault. And suddenly everybody who was quiet was now saying it's Putin's fault.
Yeah.
Because
that's my point.
Shut down Pennsylvania pipeline. Enter this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over there.
Look over there.
They gave them an excuse for why they could feel good about their previous decisions.
Yeah. That is my point.
Yeah.
And again, there's probably a lot of people that are listening to it, all four of you guys. You can call me crazy, I don't care. Like, when you look at the set of facts, these people do not give a fuck about life. They don't care about anybody. They don't care about Americans.
Because they don't live the same life as you.
I understand this. So to cause a conflict in a country, right, that allows them to one, have a scapegoat now for their failures, their abject failures here at home, economically, gas prices going through the roof. Everybody's outside with the pitchforks, and they're like, oh, we're gonna stop this shit because this is bad. this is going to be really bad. And we got to do what? We got to make sure that we don't lose in 2022. So we got to come up with something. Hey, let's start a little fucking skirmish over there in the country that we know that we've got a lot of dirt over there. And because while we're over there fucking a lot of shit up, we can clean up everything. We can get every. I'm being serious though.
Yeah.
You know how much shit you can clean up when buildings are getting destroyed by bombs?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Right? Get all these servers out of this building and then fucking blow it up. And nobody's going to say a damn thing.
We did it in the last conflict too. I mean,
that's exactly what I'm saying. So that's what I think. You can call me a conspiracy theorist. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. But when you start adding everything up and you're honest with what you're seeing, and you're not being, you're not being biased and be like, oh no, they would never do that. And you just go, okay, what the fuck? Let me look at this. Let me look at this. It becomes really clear to me that this is a real possibility.
It would be. If that is the case, like I can't comment one way or another, but if that is the case, Russia is clearly not in on it because they are pulling military equipment out of that they had mothballed earlier. They are pulling every resource they have to backfill the losses that they took. Whatever they did, they were not prepared for this kind of resistance from Ukraine. Nor am I saying that Ukraine's kicking ass, because if they were, they wouldn't need $48 million and they wouldn't have lost as much as they did. Both sides are getting fucked by this.
Don't forget, I'm not saying that Putin was in on it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, if this goes beyond Putin, and I agree that China was trying to grease the wheels on this.
Think about this. Let's just say that, you and I are friends for a very long time. And I know your emotional button, right? Yep. I know that line that if I say this,
humans are hackable.
If I say this to you, we could be cool as shit. But if I cross this line, you're going to be like, what the fuck, man? Right? And if I do it again, you're like, do that shit again, and I'm going to fuck you up. Right? It's like you know what it is, and everybody has it. Ukraine is that button with Russia. And so Zelensky, in my opinion, is obviously our bitch, right? I mean, because he dances around in high heels, and that guy he's nobody. He's a fucking nobody. You can buy that guy, and he has a family.
Yeah, when he went on his world tour on Zoom,
right? You could threaten that guy's family, and he would fold like a fucking jumpsuit.
Is he like how tall did you say he was? Is
5'6",
like 5'6". Yeah, and he's still wearing an extra small to try.
Yeah,
that's a
medium. Yeah, that's a medium. That's a youth medium actually.
Yeah,
to have kids. So
he got it from the Biden family.
Hey, little
they
boy.
Just had some extra small clothes laying around.
I just
take your shirt
so happen to have this.
Take your shirt off. My friend over there needs it.
Don't worry, we'll cut the dress part off so it just looks like a shirt.
Oh god,
it's too easy.
Oh my god,
far too easy.
So
blue steel.
So,
don't blame me. Blame Hunter. I wouldn't have had any material with it.
Dude, none. If you get a little Parmesan cheese,
he made it too easy for us.
All right, so that's personally what I think. I think that this was, again, I can't prove it. I can only lay out things that I think are very logical, because I don't care. I don't have a dog in the fight to be like, hey, let's do this and believe this. Like, you're just looking at shit. You're like, all right, I see what's happening here, and then I understand that if they didn't find a reason other than Joe Biden for all the shit that happened, they're fucked in 2022.
Like we said it a million times, even during COVID and Fauci and all this stuff, and that's a whole nother. Follow the money. 100%. You always follow the money and see what boards that dude was on and who won the awards. It's the same thing, dude. Like, where the money goes is where the action is.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
So it also goes as to why so many people were surprised that Russia invaded. It's because they were making their money and their careers by just telling intelligence agencies what they wanted to hear so that they could get promoted. And then once you're promoted out of that position, who cares if the information you gave was wrong? They can't fire you. You're the government.
Right. So somebody said this to me, and it was poignant, because I was like, it makes sense. So let's just say that California, right? One day it was just like, hey, fuck you, United States. We're going to go do our own little thing. And
please take all of your electoral votes with you.
go. We'll give you. We'll
I'm still waiting for
Good luck taking the
severance.
military bases. That's not going to happen. But everything else.
In. But so let's just say that California seceded and became their own little country, but it was still right here, and they self-governed. But we were all around them, right? And then let's just say that let's just say that China and California got really close. Shocking again.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, and then all of a sudden, right, we were like, hey, listen, we're going to let you do this, California. But if you start fucking around with China, right, if you start getting too close to them, or you start allowing China to put military bases in California, nuclear weapons, anything like that, we're going to basically say we're not allowing this, right?
Yeah. Like Cuba.
100%.
Yeah.
But it's like,
Right.
it's right there.
Yeah.
And so when somebody actually said that to me, I was like, that hit home with me. And so that's what I understand as you look into this and you really kind of start digging into it. Now, obviously, there's a lot more that went on. But at the very foundation of this, that's pretty much what you have. They made a deal that said, do not join NATO. Okay? That's the deal.
Right.
You can go do this. We won't fuck with you. You don't fuck with us. But the deal breaker, the one thing that you cannot do is join NATO and start fucking with them, because once you join NATO, they can put bases there and we're not cool with that, right? And so what happened last year? They joined fucking NATO, right? And so Kamala Harris came out, made her big fucking announcement and all that shit. And Russia was like, motherfucker, I told you. Yeah. And I gave you warning after warning, and they just kept pushing. And so I think that this was all, again, planned, provoked, knowing that if I say this and push that button, I know how you're going to respond. And so I don't think that, again.
It's definitely I told you so.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where conspiracy theory, right? If I said this to anybody else, one, there's probably 4 people that are listening right now that think that guy's crazy. But how do you discount? Putin might have his own crazy shit, right? But he's not a dumb motherfucker by any stretch of the imagination. How do you just go and come to the conclusion that he just lost his shit and said, fuck it, I'm going to invade Ukraine. I'm going to fuck everything up. I'm going to fuck my country.
It's amazing how that all came into play. Right?
I think he got fed horrible information by people who were afraid that if they didn't tell him what he wanted to hear, they would be fired or killed. Like, I'm sorry, but when you were that much of a tyrant,
I disagree.
When you were that much of a despot, people figure out how to keep their jobs, and it's usually by keeping you happy.
Yeah.
Because if you're not happy with somebody, you get rid of them, whatever that means.
But again, what was the information?
I think the information is that we're going to be seen as liberators, because I think Putin gave his ambassadors to Ukraine and his intelligence operators in Ukraine a shitload of money to be like, I want you to grease up this local politician or this state, the regional politician. I want you to get them on our side and say, when Russia comes across the border, everybody's going to be like, fuck yeah, they're finally here. We don't have to deal with Zelensky. We don't have to deal with the decadent West, any of that shit. And so what did these guys do? They said, we're not invading Ukraine. This is never going to happen. Yeah. But now I have a briefcase full of money, and he's not expecting it back. So guess what? This is now going into my private charity towards me. Yeah. And I'm not going to deal with this local politician, because by the time we invade, if we ever do, he's going to be gone. So fuck him. Yeah. And this is never going to happen. But now I have a shitload of money. So they embezzled that money towards themselves, as Russian politicians are wont to do, expecting that none of this would ever happen. But they kept telling him, it's like, oh yeah, boss, great plan. Everything's going according to schedule. These guys are on our side. Don't worry about it. Just stay over in Moscow and just chill out. And then Ukraine joined NATO, and Putin's like, well, fuck, now we got to go in, send in his force completely unprepared for what was going to happen, as seen by, like, tires. Man. Yeah. I knew Russia was a paper tiger. I didn't think they were that thin a paper. And so what did we see? We saw a shitload of generals and ambassadors and intelligence operatives getting fucking fired or just magically disappearing. Yeah. So what that tells me is Putin was fucking mad. And he was mad because he was expecting a result that he didn't get.
You got embarrassed.
Yeah.
The man doesn't like
because he was fed
not
the
like
wrong
being
intel.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
a gunslinger, if you tell him like you're doing your shit,
yeah,
and then you come back in it by visual proof
yeah.
is the opposite.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there's no better way to piss
here's
somebody
what should
off.
scare you though. Our fucking elected officials, the ones that have term limits, they go in and out, whatever. The bosses and the directors of certain agencies, they stick around.
For a long
And
time.
so guess what? They're about as close as to a despot as you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Which means that our people are kind of acting the same way as whatever that theorized, Russian intelligence officer.
You can't go against the grain.
Which is why sometimes the world surprises us and we're not prepared for it. And you look and be like, bro, you guys got the Illuminati that,
Right.
as your personal fucking intelligence agency, and you can see this coming.
They don't.
That's why. It's not that we're that good. It's just that everybody else sucks just a little bit worse than we do. And I found that when I joined the military and I was, maybe about a year, 2 years in, all the brainwashing wears off. You're just like, dude, we suck. Like, what the? There's no way we're the greatest fighting force ever. And then you go into combat and you're just like, yeah, we kind of are. Because I'm like, I'm looking at the Brits over there, just like this badass SAS. They're making all the same mistakes we do and some extra.
There's a lot of.
It's not that we're the best. It's just that the bar is so
So
low.
we're a little bit better than the next.
Everybody freaks out about China. Everybody freaks about Russia. They got the same problems we do, and not nearly as much of the solutions.
Well, I will say, I don't see any Chinese naval training videos talking about fucking pronouns.
No, they're not
Did you
talking
see
about
this?
pronouns.
Did you see this? Did you see it?
They're just trying to keep their ships together.
Oh my!
I've been through the training, retraining.
Like, it's a
pronouns. This not. No. Yep. You general comes in like you will now days, and then it's like nope. Forget that. Forget everything you learned like the week before.
Yeah.
And then they go back again.
Like you got to check out this video that the Navy just released. It's the worst shit.
Oh no! I've seen it where it's just like, first off, are we pretending that the Navy is celebrating Gay Pride Month?
No, the Navy.
It's like you do that all 12 months.
The Navy's gay all the time. The Navy's
dude, in this
gay 12 months out of the year.
Period of wokeness, like you guys got the leg up.
Yeah.
You were gay before it was
Yeah,
cool.
it's true. It's true. You boys in your little white suits.
Yeah.
I mean,
sassy.
look. If I was to be like that, where would you go to find men in close proximity?
A ship is already.
You cannot get closer to
Submariner. Where do I sign up?
A ship is already a high school. Like I've been on one. There's more drama on a fucking ship, and the worst part is they got more cameras and that stuff than the fucking Pentagon. So they know everything that's going on, and they still can't stop it. The amount of drama.
I mean, the racks, like literally, like you could literally, if there was a hole, you could fuck the guy above you, like just without.
No, the guys with the big dicks say gender.
All right, so
just not that long.
All right, so here we go. So I personally, again, to wrap this one up, I think this whole thing in Ukraine and Russia, I think it's all just a cover up as a distraction for what's really happening here in America right now from an economic standpoint. It allows the country, right, to have a scapegoat and say, nope, it's not Joe Biden, it's Putin's fault because they've been beating that drum like a fucking motherfucker.
Right.
And anytime that you have the administration and the media and Congress, right, if they're all beating the same drum, that's when I go, wait a minute.
It's an easy
But you have to beat the same drum in order to be a revolutionary. You remember?
True.
You're not a rebel unless you're agreeing with Disney and the White House. But
that's what I'm saying. Is like it's an easy
spot.
Play.
It's an easy play.
It's an easy spot because you go back and you look at history and you go, okay, every single time if this is said and they say it and they say it, it's a fucking lie.
And the thing is, 2 years ago, it's not an easy play.
No, well, I would say this has been for me
because you have someone in charge that's gonna like not play with that easy.
Doesn't matter
because it's a business decision. It really is, and like. That's why I like business people in charge of business decisions.
Yeah.
Like as a scientist, you have like people that are like have wicked intelligent PhD, yada yada, but no business acumen at all.
Yeah.
And you get crushed in that field. So get someone in charge that understands the deal, right?
Go be a nerd.
Yeah.
You go run the company.
So now we don't have that, and here we are.
Yeah. No, I agree. So to me, not that it's a conspiracy theory, but I can tell you the reason why it becomes one is because no one believes this. Nobody even thinks about it.
I think because I was thinking about this on my very long trip up here when I was just in standstill traffic on Memorial Parkway. Was everybody says the difference between the news and a conspiracy theory is 6 months, and they started saying that after 2020 and everything just started coming true.
Yep.
What makes it a conspiracy theory, though, is just that you don't have the hard proof.
Yeah.
Like you might have proof, like it's using rationalism rather than empiricism.
Yep.
Empiricism is I need to see the evidence right here. Where rationalism is like, all right, if you have A and you have C, then B must be true.
Yeah.
Or it's like if A is true and B is true, then therefore C must be true. It's just using rational thought to connect dots.
I said this the other day.
Yeah, and as long as you have an empiricist who's saying, yeah, but you don't have the physical proof right here, now it's conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Well, I said it's like
Then science is
science
a conspiracy theory.
Everything. If it looks
to
like
your point,
shit,
if I have A and C,
Well, general relativity is a conspiracy theory at this point.
if it looks like shit, smells like shit, then it
It's
has to be.
roses.
Then it has to be a democratic plan where you go off the federal agencies to.
No, they're out of
to
shit.
influence
Fertilizer prices have increased tenfold.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like it all like
because everyone's making HME.
it's just true. If you look at every fucking thing that we talked about, go back to anything. Go back to Russian collusion, right? Oh my God, that was the biggest fucking thing. No, if anybody even mentioned that the Russians weren't involved in the election, how many names were you called? How many people, friends, did you lose? Like, I was called a communist, I was called Putin's bitch. I couldn't even tell you how many times.
Right.
Like every name under the book, just because I was like, I don't think that they actually colluded to steal the election. Like,
No, but that
right?
goes back to it gives them the excuse for their confirmation bias. It was how the first off, even Republicans were like, how the fuck did Trump win? And the Democrats were like, how the fuck did we lose? So you needed an extra reason other than
because you put an evil fucking worthless bitch.
It's like I'm over here being like, yeah, you ran Hillary, of course Trump won.
Yeah.
Which even then, if I look back at it, like, even I was surprised, but I was just being cynical back then. I was like, there's no way they're going to let her lose, and then she lost. So for me, it was just like, wow, enough people hated Hillary that they fucking went to the polls. For the Democrats, it was like somebody had to have cheated. Flash forward 4 years, you just sort of see it flipped where there's no. It was
2,000 mules.
the most secure election in history.
Go watch that movie.
But we also need to change election rules so that they can't be taking advantage of for cheating.
Speaking of this,
it's like what? Pick one, motherfucker. Like,
did you hear about the Pennsylvania ruling? Holy fuck! So a judge heard the case, right? Because Texas has been going around and suing the fuck out of everybody over the election results and everything else, right? So Texas went and got a bunch of other states, and they went and they sued, and so it went before the courts, and the judge ruled that they changed the legislation, right? They changed the voting laws, and they did it unconstitutionally. That they have to take it before the legislature. They can't just change these rules arbitrarily. And the judge ruled that it was unconstitutional, which at that point means that every single mail-in ballot that was counted is now null and void.
Here's why
which would clearly.
Here's the only reason I heard about that, though. Didn't a higher court of appeals
they appealed it?
Rule that?
No. This was the ruling just came out like a week ago. It was just brand new, so they've appealed it already. But just hold on, let's look that up. Because I mean, I literally just saw this 2 days ago. It was huge news. So I guess what I'm saying is like that to me, outside of the ruling that just happened today about in the Supreme Court, that's huge. That's huge. But the Pennsylvania ruling, to me, that was even bigger, right? Because if that actually stands, you now have a precedent that says every other state that changed voting laws without going through proper procedure nullifies all of those votes, which guess what? That's every single state that Joe Biden won in. Like, it's
right. It comes down to you notice how the talking points always shift. Like before, it was like inflation doesn't exist. Yeah. Like there's never been inflation ever. What I don't even know the word. What are you talking about? Obviously a beach ball or something because you can't be talking about money. Yeah. Then it's transitory. Now it's transitory. It's here, but it's a good thing. And
doesn't even sound like a real word, but it is.
Right. But it keeps changing. And here's what's going to happen: is once if and when it becomes undeniable that the ballot harvesting and all that shit, they're going to be like, well, it was for a good reason and it had to have happened, or
it affected change.
Yeah. This is how it was supposed to happen.
Right.
Because and I was saying this in 2020 when people were like, oh, was this a legitimate election? It's like, bro, for fucking 4 years, he was literally Hitler. Not figuratively Hitler, literally Hitler. By the same people who are like, if I had a time machine, I'd go back and kill Hitler. Okay, so you'd assassinate the motherfucker, but you wouldn't rig an election to get rid of him? That's where you draw the line? Fuck that. We're not even talking about killing adult Hitler. People are saying, I would go back and kill him as a baby. You're talking about infanticide in the names of preventing Hitler.
I want to erase things on paper and punch holes in.
Faking a signature.
But I'll kill you.
Yeah, faking a signature, that's a step too far.
I think something that affects a federal level decision like that should not be controlled by the states, right? It should be like something pushed down that.
I mean,
like I hate taking power away from states, but
the only argument I can see, the only one off the top of my head right now that I could see against that is this way you don't get new election laws that favor the incumbent every 4 years.
Okay.
So if you have a bunch of holdout states,
around,
like if you're controlled by a certain party, you can obviously make new legislation.
We don't have a constitutional republic anymore. We have a technocracy where it's like they're grooming their successors to think exactly like them and bring them up. And so
I've never heard of that term before.
That's a great one.
If you have that at the highest level of power, now you can sort of close the door behind you and just sort of make sure. So if you keep it all at the states, it turns into a clusterfuck, but
it doesn't skew.
At least you have a way back. The door is still open. So that's my argument against that.
So from
or you have an independent assessment.
There are no such thing as independent.
Even
investigators,
even from Army medicine, we were like thinking about doing the same thing. Like you're going to deploy a technology to the theater or environment that you're working in, and like I'm telling you, it's the best thing ever.
Right.
But who's evaluating it?
Yeah.
I am. Of course, it's going to be the best.
It's every time there's an internal investigation in an agency or a police department, we investigate it ourselves and decided we did nothing wrong.
And that's why we call it the self-licking ice cream cone.
Yeah.
So, So you like, of course, I'm the greatest. Yeah. And I produce the greatest thing ever. But it's shit when it gets into the field environment that you're going to use it in. So independent evaluation, you have this board of elected people that are like bipartisan that come in and like evaluate it and push it down to the lowest level, and then you have to perform to that.
Right.
But nobody wants to do that.
There's no such thing as an independent review when it comes to government. Like in science, if you're like publishing a paper, everybody else is like, nah, that motherfucker didn't think this revolutionary thing. Let me test it. So you have the third party and the peer review.
The peer groups, that review.
When you're dealing with power, though, because who hires the independent reviewer? Who hires the investigator?
The people in power.
Again,
people in power,
money, right?
Or the opposition party,
right?
So you're never going to get an independent. You might get hostile, but you're never going to get independent.
And to use your point, science, it takes years of peer review and challenging, and then you find the truth eventually.
Right. But I mean,
and then even then, which got new theories don't take over because they're right. It's because everybody who's holding on to the consensus dies off.
I hit the like button.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's
And that's how it goes. They want to work off of likes. They want to work off of affirmations.
Yeah, and again, as a scientist, until I see it in person.
Yeah.
You perform that assay, you ran that SOP, TTP, whatever it is, and I saw it effectively work. Then I agree with you.
Yeah. It's empiricism.
Yeah.
It's
But there's so few of us.
Yeah.
Pull trigger, person drop. That works.
Obviously, you're
I'm
not a
gonna do
real
that again.
scientist.
Look, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's dead. All right, so let's go back. Get back on track before I fuck this up and talk about the goddamn Pennsylvania and the elections.
Yeah.
All right, so jump back. You were talking. So I don't even.
I do that a lot, but
Do you remember your thought or no? I don't want to.
about the Pennsylvania.
No, well, I interjected about the Pennsylvania and the ruling and the results, and so.
No, I'll watch the video later and then.
All right.
Yeah.
So, all right, so let's move on then to another topic. So let's jump into J6. Let's jump into J6. So interesting shit happened that day. Were the one you guys there?
No, so I was flying into Dallas that day, so I couldn't have even been there if I wanted to. But
I was there. So I'm going to start the conversation by actually talking about that day, right? Because I saw it firsthand. So a bunch of buddies of mine decided to go down, and it was a bunch of guys, actually Marine Corps guys that I went to boot camp with. And we all decided that was going to be the day that we were going to get together, and we hadn't seen each other in God knows how long.
I was checking to see if anyone won the challenge yet.
The clock?
Yeah.
You're dancing over there, huh?
Yeah, some people are like starting to be like, it's coming in your witching hour. Your bladder's pretty small. I know you.
So we go down there, we listen to Trump talk. He says the same dumb shit that he's been saying at every one of these stupid rallies. Nothing new.
No.
Like I'm sitting there going, maybe he's gonna say something that is just like mind blowing.
Yeah,
like
next level.
this is what we're gonna do, and this is how we're gonna stop this.
or if not, just like burn the whole place down behind him. Be like,
Some-
you know what? The aliens are real. They're at Roswell.
But he didn't say
Huge.
shit. It was the same fucking speech. So we're sitting there, and my wife decided to come down. So it was her and like, I don't know, 12 of us, 12 guys. And so she was like, hey, I want to go use my cell phone over there. They jammed all cell phones. Like you could not use shit. Nothing was available.
Yeah, so that happens no matter what, whenever the president.
No, so if she wanted to go use her cell phone, she would have had to walk all the way down the mall to the corner.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, no, you're staying here. So we're listening, we're talking, and all. Then I was like, you know what? I can't listen to this guy talking. So it was probably like maybe 10, 15
I'm going to go
minutes.
tour the Capitol.
Well, I was like, I hear that they're
The doors
giving.
were open.
Yeah, I was like, hey, listen, it's Twitter's going nuts right now. It says that there's unguided tours of the Capitol. We should go get one. So
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So
I'm admiring your shaman hat that you have over
my bearskin jacket's right over there. So anyway, so I was like, guys, let's get the fuck out of here. So we start walking this way.
This is vegan.
And what's that good?
This is vegan.
Yes, that is
Okay.
vegan, 100%.
Thank you.
So we're walking down. We get to the corner. We go instead of walking straight down Constitution, we take a left because there's a shit ton of people already walking that way.
Yeah.
And we go to what is it? L'Enfant Plaza or whatever it is right there. It's Lafayette. I can't remember. It was just like one block. L'Enfant. Yeah.
Okay.
It's one block over, right?
I try to avoid DC.
So-
much as I
Like
can.
the plague. Yeah.
So we take a right, and there's fucking Alex Jones, right? And he's like standing up on like a wall, and he's got his megaphone, and he's just preaching to the world, rah, 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 like all this crazy shit. So we stop and we listen.
Of
to
course,
it.
I was going to say if you kept going, you're dead to me.
No,
Like, he's the
we
most
just stopped.
consummate entertainer.
And it was, I think, his son, right? So
Oh,
his
yeah.
son's into that shit now too. So it was like the two of them, and they were just going off. And so we stopped, and we listened for like 5 minutes, and then we're just like, all right, this is okay. Let's move on. And it was cold that day, and so we went down. There's like a CVS right there on the
January on
corner.
the Potomac. I'm
Yeah.
shocked.
So I was like, hey, listen, I was like, you guys hungry? I want a drink. So we go to CVS. Everybody gets a drink, and I got beef jerky or something stupid like that. We come back out. We're standing on the corner, and I was like, so what do you guys want to do? And so a bunch of dumb fucking Marines were like, let's go to the Capitol, right? And so then my smart, intelligent wife goes, this fucking sucks. I'm cold. I don't want to do any of that. Why don't we go to Virginia and drink? And everybody's like, okay. And so like, she literally turned our heads.
Here's a whiskey thought.
And we fucking followed her and we walked to our cars. And as we're walking to the car, like the shit's coming over the phone. Pence is talking all that shit.
Yeah.
Like the streets are going nuts.
And that's why women live longer than us.
100%. Because every single one of us.
I was like, I'm gonna go fuck some shit up.
Yeah.
Allison's like,
I'm not that I would have done anything. I probably would have been. I like to think that I would have been the guy.
That's right.
Yeah. I like to think that I would have been the guy to have been like, whoa, what the fuck is like? I don't want to go into the Capitol building.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't even want to go in there when nothing's going on, let alone when shit.
we talked about that on like podcast
so
one. Like
mean.
every time I went there, I was like,
Yeah, what the fuck? I don't really care. It's
I
cool.
go home and like,
It's an office building with better wallpaper and wood paneling.
If
it,
you know,
it
if
doesn't
you know,
have good coffee.
No,
It doesn't
not
have
at
good food.
Not at all.
There's no whiskey. Like,
There-
what do I have going on?
There's literally nobody there worth talking to.
No,
like
no.
they're very important people, but it's like any other place in DC where it's like you don't talk to people, you just network with them. So it's like I'm done with you.
There's some cool architecture there. So if you know what you're looking for, there's
Yeah.
some cool shit that you can be like, this is me.
That's the biggest thing.
I'd rather be at the National Archives than the
100%.
Capitol, 100%.
yeah, I could learn something there
100%.
because
So-
I can't learn shit there other than like this place sucks.
So
I
what
don't
the
like anyone in
fuck?
it.
What do I want to like?
Yeah.
I'm cold, and now as I'm old, I'm just like, I don't feel like doing this. Anything that causes me to exert energy, I'm just like, yeah, no, I think I'd rather be somewhere else.
It's great because the fuck it mode
Yeah.
goes both ways.
100%.
Like fuck it mode can make you do some wild shit
Yeah.
because you like fuck it, fuck the consequences, I'm in it. Or it can save you from yourself.
And the fuck it ratio, right?
Yeah.
So when you're young, it's a pretty high.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck it, let's go. But as you get older, it's like that window becomes very small.
It becomes small and it also works the other way where you're just like, let's
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I don't
fuck
wanna do
it,
it.
nah.
No, I'd rather stay home.
It's
happy
really-
hour
so-
closes in an hour, so it's
100%.
Wisdom comes into play there, where you're like,
Well, dude,
I did something very similar and had real bad results. So I'm probably not gonna do that again. I'd
Thank-
rather go. Oh wait, whiskey.
But thank
Let's go
God.
drink.
Thank God.
But that was
my
also
wife
that was a
with
frat
us.
house, not the
Yeah, yeah,
Capitol.
yeah,
So.
yeah.
Thank God my wife.
But I
was
did
with
fall
us.
out of the third floor, so
All right, so anyway, that was the setup to
Right.
that day, which I saw it, right? I saw the people. I saw everybody. It was like, nobody was angry. Nobody was talking about like, fuck this. Let's go fucking kill somebody. Let's go take over the Capitol. Nobody was talking about that shit, right? And since, again, I watch a lot of video. That's the whole point. The whole idea is if you believe in something or want to believe in something, if you want to speak on something, educate yourself on something, right? Because like I can't sit here right now and talk to you guys if I haven't seen the video, if I haven't done the research, if I haven't taken the time to actually be like, all right, I've seen these things. So that's what I think, that the majority of the people that talk about these things, they don't know anything.
Right.
They're legitimately regurgitating. They're parroting the things that they've heard from other people, the morons on the TV, whatever it may be, right?
Here's the
Yeah.
thing. I have seen a shitload of videos about it.
Yeah.
But it goes back to what I was saying about brain dumping. It's like I could not tell you the details. So guess what? I'm not going to be like, no, that guy was here on fucking tile 16 of the fucking chamber. Like I can't do that.
But I mean, you just mentioned the guy with the bull, what it was.
The ox hat or the
Yes, thank
buffalo
you.
hat.
And
or
then the
whatever.
bear skin jacket, right? I just saw that video again yesterday. He's walking into the chamber, the Senate chamber.
Yeah.
And there's a guy that's already sitting there up against, I guess, whatever the fuck you call it, the main thing that's in the front of the, I don't know. There's a word for it. I don't know what it's called.
The steps. Or
No, where
Like the
the
podium.
yeah, where
Oh,
the main people sit up at the
the
front.
chamber.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
chamber. Yeah. So he's leaning up against the front of it, and he's sitting down on the floor, and he's been shot in the face with like a rubber bullet, like a pellet, not a bullet, but whatever. And so
Less than lethal.
yes, less than lethal. So, but his face is bleeding, and so in comes the guy, but somebody's already in the room recording him. Okay. And they're recording the guy with the bear skin and the horns and the Viking hat coming in the room. And right behind him is a Capitol police officer, right? There's no urgency to this guy. There's no, this is my job. He didn't draw his gun. He didn't say, stop, halt, you guys are insurrectionists. You're trying to destroy property.
No, it's like a security guard just making sure that you're sticking to the tour.
He legitimately just goes, "Hey, excuse me," and the guy goes up. This is the famous picture. He's standing at the top in front of the American flag, and he's holding his thing up. Like, this is on video. The whole entire thing's on video, and the cop is going, "Hey, is there anything I can do to get you guys to leave?" You know,
I do remember. It's like the bouncer trying to get people out of the bar and last call. It's just like, "Come on, guys,
finish your drink."
Yeah.
Like you don't have
to
like, hey, go home, but you don't have to stay here.
The guy on the ground. "Hey, are you okay? Like, do you need any help?" The guy's like, "No, I'm good. I'm just shot in the face." Like, he's on the phone. He's on the phone talking to somebody.
Yeah.
So
like a juggling.
And he goes, "Hey guys," he's like, this is the most sacred of places. You know, like, can you please leave?
Look, all three of us have been a part of TTPs. Someone told those guys to back off. Like, 100%. It's obvious that it's like, give the unguided tours. Don't create any chaos. Someone deeper in we got you. If they make it to here.
Well, where's here?
Because there are two types of.
Where all the people are hiding, in the very center of wherever the capital they hide people.
Yeah.
There's going to be a next level of security that they said, don't create chaos. Do the Olay, let everybody by, treat them nice, and then we'll take care of it. And that's what you see happens when you breach that security perimeter with like Ashley Babbitt, right?
And that goes into it. There are two types of Capitol Police. The guys who, look, man, this is a job. I just want no drama. I don't want any of this shit happening on my shift. So, like, when it happens, I'm either going to make myself scarce or just be as non-confrontational as possible. And then you have the guys who be like, "I've been waiting for this shit my whole life, man. I finally get to get some."
But you really believe that on the day, right?
No, I think they all fucking knew that shit was happening. They put up the velvet
I'm
ropes.
gonna play this.
Yeah, and there was like there was a message that had to come down to the
They started moving gates, barricades. They started letting people in. I'm gonna play this video, right?
Like, you see people actually like just letting people go by.
Yeah.
Like, no time.
Any other time that would be called entrapment.
Yeah.
So check this out, right? So I'm gonna
like,
play
I'm
this.
baiting you to get like shot in the face.
It's not trespassing. Come on in. Oh, I didn't have permission to give you.
Like we said, it's a come along.
Yeah.
That's all of it.
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna get the guy that edits all this stuff to put the actual video up as I'm playing this.
Yeah.
But like, here it is. At least you can hear this, and I'll kind of go through it afterwards, right?
Yeah, isn't that guy's like Sean something or other?
Yeah, those guys were just standing there like
They were in full riot gear, right?
Yeah.
So these weren't the guys that were like,
they're executing orders, bro.
exactly. But that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Orders were given down. That you're gonna stand there
100%.
and you're just gonna
do nothing.
Yep.
So if there was an insurrection, right? Okay, we've talked about this. You and I have talked about this.
Right.
Listen, you give me 50 guys.
No, yeah.
Right? Give me 50 guys. That building goes down in less than 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes. And we don't have to kill anybody. Like, but that building goes down in less than 5 minutes.
With people who enter that know what they're doing.
But
those guys are gonna be like,
but the other thing is,
point is,
fuck
what
that.
do you do with the fucking building after you've taken it?
"Oh, I'm in the Senate."
Yeah. What do you do with it? What good is it to you?
It has no value.
Zero.
Pelosi's laptop, apparently.
Yeah, right.
But
it's gonna be like, I ordered Haagen-Dazs.
But if
18,
37 bottles of vodka.
I emailed my husband not to drive while he's been
exactly.
drinking, but he never listens to me.
Right?
there's
exactly
definitely
what you're gonna
nothing
find.
of any importance
No,
on their laptop.
But the other thing is like if it's like any other laptop, unless you know the password or you're a fucking computer genius, and I'm talking on the points where like it's not just your ability; it's what kind of equipment do you have to break this thing.
Yeah,
Like,
so
you're
I
not
mean,
gonna do it.
Yeah, even if you take it,
Unless you're trying to fish Pelosi
But wait a minute,
later, like, hey, just
You know,
I'm from your credit card company.
You're not taking over a country
super
with
easy
Nancy Pelosi's laptop,
Yeah.
right? You can't blackmail her. She's nobody at the end of the day.
Unless she's on that Hunter Biden train, like fucking.
But either way, you're not taking over a country with a laptop from a senator or.
We know someone else with a whole bunch of emails.
Yeah, right.
That gave them all away. That the three of us have been on the high side, and if we would have done that, we would not have jobs anymore.
Right.
And I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now.
Gone. Bye-bye.
We'd be in Leavenworth.
Gone.
Right?
But here's the other thing. I mean, like, all right, all of us, we shoot guns, we own them. Fucking, if shit goes down, we know how to use them. And so I'm told is every other fucking right winger in the world. They're just fucking psychotic with their guns. They're always looking to shoot something. So when we did a political insurrection, we didn't bring one fucking gun.
Not one.
Not one.
No gun was found. Not one. They didn't make any arrests with anyone with a firearm at all. Okay. So not one person died. And this is one of the big things that this is the big lie that's been told, right? That multiple people died. They were murdered in cold blood by the angry mob who were insurrectionists. That's a fucking lie. Not one. And I've asked this of countless people that have called me an insurrectionist, that have said people died, they murdered people. I'm like, who? Who died that day? The only person that died that day because of violence was Ashley Babbitt. That was it.
Which, right? I mean, to be 100% objective, you could throw that case into like a court of law, and they could be legitimately found like to be a justified shoot just because of coming inside the perimeter, being told not to. Just executing the shoot. Okay, you were in field for your life and all that stuff. But from a practical standpoint, it's like, bro, what the fuck were you?
Did you really?
What was she gonna do? Yeah,
like,
right.
I said the same thing. Like, it's a perimeter.
Yeah.
That you absolutely should not have crossed.
Yeah.
And you're coming up and you're on people's shoulder trying to go across the perimeter, and the guy has a Glock pointed at your face. A rationally human would be like, I think I'm
done.
Yeah, I'm good.
So I mean, like, you can absolutely make the case that it's a justified shoot.
So there's a video. I'm going to send it both of you. I should actually have y'all watch this before we came on today, because it's a pretty critical, pivotal video, and it breaks it down to a degree where when you stop watching and you go, fuck.
Meanwhile, like.
Right?
She was shot in the head.
She was shot in the throat. She was shot right here.
All right, so
at the base of the
there was like 4 or 5 other Capitol Police like standing like from media away.
So okay, so I'm gonna break this down because I'm gonna talk about something.
But again, like TTPs again, you cross this line and you're instructed like,
right?
That's a full shoot and it's a justifiable shoot.
Yeah.
I mean,
I look at it from that perspective, like from the shooter perspective too. Like you have your rules of engagement.
I understand.
She breached it. You get shot.
And
potentially,
I forget the guy's name because he pisses me off so much that I try not to think about it. But the guy who the Capitol
Cody,
the Capitol Police officer that shot her.
I'm right here.
To me, he's kind of like my version of George Zimmerman.
Okay,
where he might be the biggest piece of shit on earth.
Yeah.
He might, like, every word he says might piss you the fuck off. And it might be even a rational response to it, where it's like, he stands for this, he acts like this, he says this, he's not remorseful at all, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it might have been a justified shoot. Like, what the fuck are you going to do? Like, you can't send him to jail.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a great parallel. Like, the Zimmerman thing.
Yeah.
Hate that dude.
Yeah.
Like, why the fuck are you out being like...
Absolute piece of shit, but...
You want to be big dick, like, HOA guy? Like, out there, like, motherfucker, through the backyard.
I protect this hood.
Don't bring any Skittles into my neighborhood.
King Kong ain't got shit. Oh, God, no.
But then it turns out, like,
it was legit.
Legally,
it was legit.
Inside of TTPs, it was
a good shoot.
This. Yeah, and that sucks.
So, okay, break this down, right? So, the investigation, completely internal.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing outside.
We investigated ourselves and found we
so
did
there was no real investigation, which to me screams in today's day and age when every single police shooting is scrutinized, when an unarmed citizen is murdered by the police, right? Let that have been a black man. And dude, everything changes, right? I don't give a shit you're trying to break in. You just shot an unarmed black man and you a cop murdered a black man, right? Maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. Because apparently if you're trying to be an insurrectionist and break into the Capitol, doesn't matter what kind of race you are, I guess, right? So but something to hypothesize and say, okay, well, what is the deal there? But if you watch this video, the crazy thing that, like, as it starts, like, you kind of see everybody moving up the stairwell and get there, and they go into a lot of slow motion, which is really what's needed when you break these things down, because a lot of things are happening at the same time. And so it's really hard to focus when you're just watching the video in real time, right? Because all you see is, okay, you got a bunch of people coming up, and then a girl that's trying to come in because there's a glass that's not there, right? It's gone. And then you see this gun kind of come out from a corner, and you see one gunshot, and you see the girl fall down, and they're like, oh my God. And usually that's where the video ends.
Yeah.
In the thing that I want you guys to watch, and we will put the link up to wherever, whether it's YouTube or Facebook, we're going to put the link up to this video. It's pretty crazy. It gets a lot of people banned because they don't want people watching this shit. There was very clear evidence to me that an entire window pane was removed. It wasn't shattered. It was removed. And you can see the window, the rectangular window that was legitimately right in the line of sight, that was removed. Who the fuck removed the window pane? And why? Why did a window pane come out? Right? Like, these are questions that you instantly just go, that's not normal. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
I also don't want to give them the credit, though. I don't want to be like, oh, they were smart enough to know that somebody would fucking climb through unarmed, and that they. But
it's really
that's my personal bias.
But don't forget, the theme of today's show is conspiracy theories, right? Crazy shit that you go, what the fuck? But when you see shit, it makes you scratch your head. And my batting average on conspiracy theories is pretty fucking high.
Well, because like I was saying, when A is true, B is true, C is true, right? D is true, E is true.
It's got
F's false.
F's
like
false,
yeah, you know. So
So when you look at the trajectory, right, when they break this down and it's slow motion and they can take the barrel of the gun and they can literally draw a line, the trajectory does not hit the girl in the throat. In fact, it doesn't hit her anywhere. Pretty crazy shit, right? So one shot, bang. You can see in the video, you could go pull up the video of Ashley Babbitt shot right now. So you've seen people take a bullet. You have studied people taking bullets. That's your career, okay?
Yeah.
So when you see somebody get hit with a bullet at close range, 9mm, okay? If there isn't a large amount of splatter, okay, right off the bat, there might be a small, if you're within 5 feet, which is what I'm going to say that was, right? Within 5 feet.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So you're going to have a pretty small entrance wound, okay? But chances are you're going to have a decent exit wound out the back. There's going to be blood splatter. There's going to be blood on the wall. There's going to be blood on people, right? Chances are. It's a 9mm. So if you're getting hit right here.
If you hit something bony.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, it hit her right here at the base of the throat, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty meaty, bloody area, right? There's a lot of veins.
No, there just happens to be some arteries.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on there that has blood in it. A lot of blood, right? So chances are,
and as we all know now, a 9mm will blow your lungs out.
So her lungs came out, okay?
but I heard it's no defense against a 5.56.
It is not. It is not. Yeah. So in this video, right? Go pull it up, and I'm going to challenge you guys. Where's the blood splatter, right? Where's the blood out of the back of the exit wound, right? Where is it? No one, not one person that was around her reacted.
Yeah, interesting.
So just from previous experience.
Yep.
It's January 6th, right?
Yep.
She's got a scarf on.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
She got what kind of?
You can see. You can see. She's wearing a high collar,
right.
A sweatshirt kind of thing, right?
Right.
But you can still see her neck. She's not wearing a scarf.
But if it comes in to relation to her body at a downward angle on the throat.
No, she was up. It was up angle. So it's going to hit her here. It's coming out the base, right?
Yeah.
It's coming out here where you've got 2 vertebral arteries. You've got base of the spine.
Yeah.
You've got base of the brain. You've got a lot of shit, right?
And there was no intermediate target.
Nothing.
That I saw.
Nothing.
At least
right?
the videos that I saw.
So it hit her. There was nothing else.
I'm just saying, like, would the clothing be in the way of the splatter? Not necessarily.
It wouldn't have blocked it. It wouldn't have blocked it, right? So
because then what you're seeing is it'll hit the interior of the clothing and then run down the back rather than splatter.
Sure. So again,
like I've seen, so you don't know this, but I talked to everybody else knows. I spent 7 years at the Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office, so I've seen 5,000 autopsies. So enough to like really kind of weigh in a little bit. That bullets do some weird shit.
Yeah.
Like if there's an intermediate target, they hit a bony material and they move in a direction that you otherwise like. There's some freak shit. I mean, hit an artery and bullet emboli, right? Goes into the artery and moves down. Like full body CT scan, I see a bullet down in your.
Like it just hit the
right
right thing.
Buddy get shot right in the femoral
and winds up here.
Yeah. And exited by his ankle.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So to that point, it's on federal jurisdiction. So
all right. So I'm going to keep going.
The Armed Forces Medical Examiner evaluated.
I'm going to keep going. Right.
All right.
So again,
I might know some people there.
This is on video.
They can't tell you.
So this is the idea of having these fucking conversations. This is why it's great. Like,
or they may.
Yeah.
Just don't tell them on that fucking podcast.
So you watch this girl, right? She gets hit. She goes down, right? So
I did see that perspective.
Right? So but then what you got to start looking at is the responses of her and the responses of everyone around her, okay? And they weren't normal. They weren't normal responses, right? So she goes down. If you get hit here in the base, I don't care if you get hit with a 9mm, right? You're going to start bleeding out of that hole pretty damn quick, right? Would you agree?
And it's not like dead right there.
No. I'm just saying you're going to start seeing blood come out of that hole, and that
C2, C3, like you get C1, C2, like
that area.
It's lights out. But
that area
where she got shot, that's not lights out.
So would it be normal for 30 seconds to go by where there wasn't a large amount of blood on her neck?
Yeah, I mean, there is a large supply going in either direction. So
the throat itself, that's usually there's not too much blood there because
if you hit
the esophagus is like an air cavity. Like you can do a tracheotomy and not have a lot of blood.
If you hit right here and it goes right out the back, it's plausible that you would see nothing.
Nothing.
It would be
so I'm gonna keep rolling. I'm gonna keep rolling, knowing the expertise that I'm sitting in front of and talking to, right? Okay. So I'm not saying anything, I'm asking questions, right?
Sure.
Okay. So 30 seconds, plausible that there's no blood, that people could turn you, move your head, perform whatever movement they want on you, right? You could move the head up, the body could sit up, all these things, right? Because she's not dead at this point. She's actually still alive, right? So then there's a moment that there's a guy working on her, right? And there's a pretty clear moment where he takes his hand and he puts it on her throat. And before he puts it on her throat, there is no blood. After he removes his hand from that area, 2 seconds later, there is an enormous amount of blood. Strange, right? Where you go, okay, so did he push on something?
Yeah.
Right? What happened? So again,
it's very possible.
I would have to see the video.
Yeah, I want you guys to watch it.
Description is one thing. Even seeing it on video is another. I've seen some crazy shit happen when somebody gets shot.
Agreed.
Understood.
And there's so much anatomy right here.
Right there.
Like it's a shot that's like millimeters or the difference between you walk away and you're dead right there, or you're bleeding out. Like I've seen, lax in the artery.
This is exactly why I want to have this conversation.
It could hit
this is why you guys are here.
It could hit you in the spinal column.
Like, joke's on you, we were paid off by the just making shit up.
Nancy Pelosi.
I've seen all kinds of stuff. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, like zero blood.
All right, so
like if it hit you through here and it hit you in C1, C2, you're lights out. You're done.
Yeah.
Dude starts doing compressions or whatever. There's bullet fragments still in there, and it could lack something, and it could arterial bleed. It could be that close that it just missed something, and it went through, and she's like gasping for air. Dude starts puts his thumb in there, and it was enough to let it go, and then
or even the pressure change. Like if you're applying pressure, and as soon as you release, now it's all coming out.
Yeah,
it's like as far as like millimeters being the difference. When I got hit, it nicked my femoral, which the fact that it didn't completely sever it, obviously saved my life.
Yeah.
Went straight through the sciatic. But
that is the hardest injury to take care of.
Yeah, that fucking overlap between the two, though, is so minuscule that the fact that it hit both was obviously nobody's a good enough shot to do that on purpose, so that it's just a miracle that it fucking happened.
John maybe.
Femoral lacs are like the worst thing that you could possibly do, because I would have to like cut you open, go up in and grab and pull it back down again, because as soon as it goes, it
pulls back. Remember the scene from Black Hawk Down?
Yeah.
That's exactly what that fucking
happened. I can't get it.
So the guy who did this is going way back then. So Bob Mabry was on that bird that went down, and he was he helped. He was one of my mentors.
Okay.
Damn. So like he was the medic on Black Hawk Down, and he taught me like a whole bunch of stuff. So when I was looking for things at the medical examiner, it was non-compressible, all this stuff. And he's like, this is what I saw in that environment, and this is what you need to look for. And I was like, forever in debt to that.
Yeah.
But like and then I learned who he was. So I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, he was the medic on Black Hawk Down that actually went down. Pretty crazy.
For as big as the military is, it is a small world.
So small.
And especially when you get into like the fake branches, like the Marine Corps, it's so much smaller. Because now you're
dealing with branches of the Navy.
Yeah, I think there's only like 30 people in the Marine Corps.
No, it's
with crayons.
There are two branches of the military. There's the Army and there's the Navy. The Air Force is a corporation. Marine Corps is a cult. And for those of us who've been deprogrammed, we still know everybody who's still in there.
I thought that Air Force was just the golf course I went to. Like having operations at Dover, like
right.
Like what time's tea time? I'm like, what? No, like after we're done, like processing and blah blah blah, we're gonna go like
I will say this: I gotta respect the PJs in Air Force to a degree. So some of those knowledgeable guys.
JTAG is good.
Yeah, some of those knowledgeable guys do it, but they're all fucking weird. Like you have to have some degree of being on the spectrum in order to be a PJ. And maybe it's because of the nature of the work, but everyone I've met, cool dude, usually fucking definitely knows her shit.
Yeah.
Weird as fuck.
Yeah.
One of my best friends he's a PJ, and he's probably not listening, but whatever. Cool people happy hour. So we used to save our straws from how many drinks we drank, because we like, how many drinks we had tonight? I have no idea. And we have a pocket full of like 20 straws. Anyway, one night he sold the keys to the colonel's car, and he was like, I'm gonna drive it in the pool, because we're all staying at the same hotel, because we're all doing operations out there. I'm like, bro,
fucking mode, dude.
I was like, Malgrino, man. Like,
let's not do that.
You would. That's a whiskey thought.
Yes, let's not do that.
I'm trying to like give you some rational thoughts right now in our like ridiculousness. Like driving the colonel's car into the pool is probably a bad idea. It's like, I got this fucking keys and I hate that guy. I'm like, this is a career ender for you.
Yeah, do it.
Give me the keys. It's like, what do you know? Like,
what do you know?
Like, I was working for DARPA.
All right, so
nothing is over.
you're just a GS-15. What do you know? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I know you shouldn't drive the colonel's car into the
I
fucking
know that
pool.
I'm
Do
going
I
to have
know?
a career tomorrow, and you're not.
It's like, give me these. Give it back to him. Like, okay, we're good. Can we go back to drinking, please, right now? Like, fuck yeah, we should probably do that. Like, Jesus Christ.
All right, so I just texted both of you guys the link to watch that video. It breaks it down pretty good. A lot of slow-mo. We'll come back.
I'll comment on the YouTube video. With
Yeah,
my
well,
thoughts.
or you can come back and we'll kind of do a revisit to it. So either way, but all right.
We'll all be arrested by then.
100%. 100%. 100%.
And your
So-
merch store is going to be down too.
What's our time right now? I gotta
We are 7:56. So we are. Ooh man, look at that, 1956. And if you're gonna try to hold out, man, like, are you just doing it natural?
Yeah, I
or-
like want to give someone $20. Like,
Yeah, I'm just saying. Are you doing it natural, or are you just trying to like?
I was gonna actually pee.
And then there you go. We're at 1956.
Okay.
Yeah, do it.
So whoever.
1956.
All right. From the beginning of the podcast to now, whoever's closest, I owe somebody $20.
What's the clock? As you're getting up, there might be a runner on the.
I'll check it and I'll announce that as I come back.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Little bitch.
But I give out awards.
Yeah, I know. I like it. I like it. So, all right. So
2 hours and 10 minutes.
2 hours and 10 minutes. All right, man. We're still rolling strong.
Now that
man.
he's gone, we can talk about the real
Yeah,
shit.
exactly.
We
Yeah.
don't have careers that we need to worry about.
That guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. So,
That's
all right,
not how medicine
so
works.
Sick Nick, right?
Yeah.
Sick Nick. That was the cop that they said died from the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, from a heart attack.
It was a stroke.
Oh, okay.
It was a stroke. But that's the whole point. Like, the chief came out and that day made the announcement that, yeah, we had an officer go to the hospital, right?
Was a pain in the dick to get his autopsy in the first place. So for the longest time, they could set the narrative by saying like,
Yeah,
"Oh, he was
100%,
beat
but
to
this
death
was,
with
like,
a fire."
this was within the first 24 hours, right? So the guy goes to the hospital.
Yeah.
He goes to the hospital because he didn't die. He went back to the barracks station, whatever, and he was like, I don't feel great. This is not cool. And so they actually sent him to the hospital.
Yeah.
He died at the hospital. So the chief of police came out and basically said, yeah, we had one guy, he went there, natural causes, whatever. 2 hours later, the chief of police comes back out, changes the story to now it's he was violently attacked, hit in the head with a fire extinguisher.
That sounds like another
Right?
incident.
Exactly. So it's like, so now this guy, you can look at his face. If you go back and watch the video, you see how he's conveying the story when it's normal, when he knows it's the truth, versus when he's telling that he's there because
He's reading the script.
right? The body language is different. Everything about the guy is different. There's nothing that is even remotely close. And so now he's being told that he's got to carry this narrative. And that was the whole entire thing.
John, it turns out it was a six-way tie, so you
It's $47
$120.
They all got our spot on.
Hey, look,
So you have
brand recognition.
you have a you have a very clear motive, right?
Right.
Which is basically, hey, look, these people are evil. They are insurrectionists. They killed a police officer. They stormed the Capitol and they killed a Capitol police officer. If you don't have that, you have nothing, right?
No.
You have no violence. You have no guns. You have no arrests. You have
Worst insurrection ever.
destruction of property. You have a couple broken windows,
Yeah.
which, from what I understand, what I've seen,
Well, that's mostly peaceful, right?
no, most of the there's video. There were people inside of the Capitol that weren't with the group, and they were with, I won't even say what other group, Antifa motherfucking nerds.
Well, like I said, it was a mostly peaceful
They
insurrection.
were Antifa.
Yeah.
How the fuck did Antifa get inside the Capitol before the insurrection?
I mean,
right?
some of the main videographers were for Antifa, BLM,
100%.
like sitting right there.
100%.
Is that guy with that? Is
Yeah,
it
yeah.
Not
Not-
a goatee or just mustache?
Not
Yeah.
even like just drive-by guys, like the leads of
They
these
are
organizations.
the guys.
are
They're
like,
there.
oh, they're coming now. All of a sudden, like, how did you know to be there just at that time?
I mean, but how many people know
Weird.
that there were large groups of Antifa inside the Capitol before anyone
bizarre.
entered? Why? Who put them there?
Well, that goes back to my thing. January 6th was not an insurrection worse than 9/11. It was obviously a Russian op, so we should be blaming Putin, not right-wingers.
I do.
This is like
I do.
Like before
that-
this
this,
is obviously a Russian plan.
This is all about
oil,
gas prices.
yeah,
I mean,
like go back and look up insurrections or like major events like this in U.S. history,
or how about even
and watch how Wikipedia like changes the tune
everything
from the northern aggression and southern blah 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 all the way to supporters of Trump came into the Capitol. Like,
But
hold on
I
a
mean,
second.
like,
Yeah.
look, I'm old enough that I watched the Kavanaugh hearings,
right.
and this is not the first time I've seen the Capitol get taken over by an angry fucking mob.
Right.
Funnily, that was not an insurrection, and maybe it's because we didn't wear the right uniform or the fucking pink pussy hats or the what is
That's
it,
exactly-
the handmaidens
that's exactly
costume. First off,
exactly right.
is that not the biggest fucking fetish I've ever seen? That they are just LARPing and living out.
Yeah,
It's like they're like, it's like, oh, we're gonna wear these costumes to protest. Like, no, man, nobody was forcing you to wear those fucking costumes except yourself.
Nobody even knew what it was until y'all brought it into the
First off,
mainstream.
It premiered on Hulu. Nobody had Hulu when it came out.
Nobody
Like,
saw that.
fucking, it was still, it's like, oh, this is what I watched 30 Rock on, but like nothing else.
Gilead and all that weird
Yeah.
shit.
But it's like first off, somebody I didn't come up with this myself, so I can't take credit for it, even though I want to do it. It is the biggest fucking like self-owned fetish, and to pretend that it's political commentary is to pretend that like 50 Shades of Grey is commentary on like the billionaire class and that shit.
yeah.
No, it's like oh. You want to control my body and turn me into a sex slave, and wives will hold their husband's hands as they plow me with their fucking multi-millionaire fucking dick or whatever. So it's like all
that's
these
what
high
you want.
status men
Yeah.
will fucking take me.
Yeah, that's what you
like-
want, not what we
Yeah,
want.
it's like, dude, bro, I don't want you to kill kids.
It's just Joe
You
the Boy.
can wear whatever you want. It doesn't have to be a red gown. Like fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but dude, where
It's like
seriously, you can do whatever you want to do.
this is 100% projection on their mind.
Yeah.
Just please don't kill kids.
I mean,
in your womb, you have a choice.
It would be like, all right, everybody who's like decked out with Black Rifle coffee shirts and like they're all about that whiskey and guns and all that. If they're just like, yeah, man, the Democrats want to take our high testosterone dicks and fucking just like knock up every chick they want. It's like that's the kind of mind frame that's going on in them where you're just like, dude, no, they don't care about
I'm gonna be honest. This podcast proved that wrong because we are definitely not like that. No, it's. I don't understand how anyone with a brain cell in their head, right, could legitimately say that was an insurrection.
I mean, it's like I said,
you're not using a brain cell to make sense. You're using it to confirm your bias.
Confirm
It's
the bias.
the excuse.
Yeah.
That
It's
That's the
the,
difference.
Putin did gas prices.
it's the hatred of Trump. It's
Yeah.
to me, it's the hatred. You've been brainwashed. Hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump. Everything he does, everything he's associated with. The people that like him, the people that want to be, they're evil people.
Well, like I said, you go through Wikipedia and you look up insurrection. And
it
like,
comes down
how
to
many U.S. insurrections have there been since the dawn of time? And you go through every single one of them.
The Whiskey
starting in the
Rebellion and then
1700s all the way to here. There's no president or any other person of power mentioned in any one of them except for January 6th. And I found that super interesting. Like, look, just as a scientist, you go back and you review the data and you take a look at it and say, like, face value, what is this? BLM, and like I bring up the Rodney King trial and all that stuff where people beating the shit out of each other in the streets. At no point was it like
lesbians matter. Lesbians matter.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that. Like, at no point, no other president is mentioned, and then you get to January 6th, like Trump supporters storm the Capitol, blah blah blah. I'm like,
well, it's the co-founder of Wikipedia who like kind of stepped away from it. He's like, this is the biggest travesty on earth. It's just the way that this has been.
It's a peer review group that we can make a Wikipedia page about ourselves and say whatever the fuck we want.
Well, and
if there's enough momentum, again, going back to
Jimmy, you just hit the nail on the head. That's why we're having these bullshit January 6th committee hearings, right? This isn't about finding people guilty or proving that there was an actual insurrection. To me, I've watched them, right?
Maybe you haven't looked at it in scales of 9/11, because this was clearly at least 5 9/11s and 4 Pearl Harbors.
100%.
I mean, first off, isn't that the biggest, like, there are 5 lights, fuck you, gaslighting sort of
this
language?
This is their fucking second shot at this, right? They already had one shot, right?
Anyone who died in any one of those other events, like, that is a kick in the nuts.
Oh yeah,
no, it's more
but it would be like the fact that congressmen were scared of the people for one day, and I don't even know if they were actually scared. They just acted like it. You know, they curled up for the photos and all that. But let's pretend they were scared. Congressmen being scared for about 6 hours tops was worse than the fucking Holocaust. Like, if I said that out loud, like, people would fucking lynch me. But I'm hiding in your merch store.
You're in my basement.
If you want to get to me, you gotta buy it. But
it's true.
But it's like that's the hyperbole that goes into it. To them to say like, oh, this was worse than 9/11. This was worse than Pearl Harbor. This was worse than,
because they have to paint it.
Right.
They have to. Because to me, again, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the crazy shit.
We must suppress angry orange man.
No, this is about making sure that he can't run again.
That's why they tried to.
And honestly, I don't want him to run again.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
DeSantis 24.
Yeah, 100%. I do not want the guy to run again, but it's irrelevant.
I want someone with a business acumen to lead this country.
But it's
into
irrelevant.
success.
It's irrelevant because how I look at this, right? And you have to be unbiased in your approach. I don't give a shit whether it's him or I like him or anything else. You have an individual, a United States citizen, who has the same rights as everybody else does.
Right.
And you have an entire political party attacking him and using all of their might to make sure that he does not have U.S. citizens' rights. Okay? The guy can run for president if he fucking wants to. And you're trying to destroy them. You're trying to use these things. You're using political power.
Well, that's when the mask slips, doesn't it?
I don't think so, man. You would think it would.
Well, because they like to pretend it's like, look, the people that are primaried and run as the general candidate, that's who the base wants. That's who. It's not that they were cast and selected by somebody who's not running for election.
You give the public a lot more fucking credit than I do. Because
I'm not talking about the public. I'm talking about the mask of the people who are running the show.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Now I understand what you're saying.
It's like they don't want him to run again because he was popular enough to buck every fucking trend.
Oh, he is everything that they don't. He's the guy.
Yeah. For the record,
he's the Elon Musk that
play. So it's like bipartisan, like.
They set up his run in the first place.
Yeah.
They thought he was the craziest fucking outlier, that if we could get him as the general election candidate against Hillary, we're going to destroy him. So they fucking funded that shit, and
his campaign was fucking beautiful.
And put a weak candidate against him because they thought there's no chance in hell. So we're going to put.
Again, I don't want to lose where we are, so I'm going to stick with this, right? So we're about to kind of go like what you said. It's like where the public is looking at this and they're not seeing this for what it actually is, right? And how are they not appalled? They're not appalled at all. They're actually going along with the fact that this is all okay. So pause on that. We'll come back to it. Trump's campaign was fucking genius. He started out as the far right outlier, like the crazy fucking guy that was saying all the shit that nobody was like, what the fuck? I mean, out there. And so he gathered that base. And he slowly moved forward. And every single time, just kept sucking them up. It's like a black hole. And like, so whoever planned that to be like, dude, listen, this is where we're at. And this is how you're going to do it. And this is how you're going to win. That was fucking genius.
I appreciate the no one's safe mentality of things. Like bipartisan. That perform or get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Like the drain the swamp wasn't just Democrats; it was Republicans too.
Everybody.
So like, if you're not performing, I'm going to fire you. Just like on the show, right? Like you're fired. Get out.
Get out.
It doesn't matter if you're Gene Simmons.
All right. So and again, sidebar real quick. Sidebar real quick. Name your fucking number one person that you're firing today.
Oh,
In all politics, government. Who are you firing? Number one. Who are you firing?
I would love to bounce Nancy Pelosi on her old ass out the front of the Capitol building.
Yep. Okay. Cool. So Pelosi.
Pelosi's a good choice, and I have reasons for it. Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Here's why Kamala Harris.
Yep.
It's because right now she's the only thing keeping Biden in power. Because would you really impeach Biden to get President Kamala Harris?
Mm-hmm.
Are you fucking serious?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
so we have 2 and 3 out of the
she's just as controllable as he is.
Now, time out. I might change my answer purely to Chief Justice Roberts.
That's a fucking great answer right there.
Because Kamala Harris, that's dealing with
that
the executive branch and all that shit. When the fuck else are you going to get rid of Justice Roberts?
Yeah, so
because that guy's got a lifetime appointment.
And
everybody else we can kind of get rid of.
No, he's there until he says I'm not there.
No, fuck that guy.
And he's terrible.
And once he's gone, it's very important. The next words out of your mouth better be, Justice Thomas, you are now Chief Justice.
Like if he makes it that long, brother.
I don't care because in order to replace the Chief Justice, you have to elect a new Chief Justice. That's why Roberts is not the most senior guy on the court, but he's the Chief Justice.
Yeah.
So if you change that to Thomas, Thomas is now, he has a voice in who gets to replace him.
How old is he? He's 78 or
something like that.
Let me look at this
but either way, he gets to be like, look, I ain't retiring until you find a suitable replacement towards me. So now you have to operate on his terms. And I mean, like, Alito's great too. I love Alito. I've never agreed 100% with each justice, but between Thomas
74 years old.
Guess what?
Not terribly old, but still.
For as much as people call Republicans or even conservatives racist, if you could give me 9 Clarence Thomases, I would give you the most diverse all-black fucking Supreme Court.
So check this out, right? I don't give 2 fucks. I met Lawrence Taylor last weekend or whatever it was, about a week ago. Like the literally, in my opinion, the best defensive player ever. Right? Had a chance to meet him. I didn't give 2 fucks. I got a picture of him, but it was actually for my son, not me.
Right.
I've met Michael Jordan multiple times. Like I've met celebrities at a level that most people are like, oh my, I don't give 2 fucks. They're inconsequential to me.
They're just people.
But I'm telling you this, you give me the opportunity. A buddy of mine is the head of human resources for the, judicial branch.
Yeah.
You
ever find out who leaked that fucking
opinion? He won't. He wouldn't even tell me. He wouldn't tell me if it mattered or if he could. But he has lunch with him all the time. I mean, he is the head of HR for that whole Supreme Court shit. So anytime a new judge comes in, they're training them, they're doing all this shit. I'm like, dude. And he's like, I'm telling you right now, he's like, Judge Thomas is the coolest dude you will ever meet. I'm telling you this, I would do anything to have a lunch with that guy, to meet him, to shake his hand, because that, to me, that's a superstar.
Right.
Like that is the epitome of holy fuck, man. Like I wouldn't even know what to say. I would just crumble and I would say something stupid like,
and they tried to get him out.
Can they call the left out for their sexism of basically telling Thomas like you need to be impeached because you couldn't control your woman? It's like, bro, she's her own woman. Like,
we don't do. Hey, I'm a feminist. She got her own shit, man. She don't have any control over me. But she does her own thing.
But Thomas is interesting. Like, everybody's seen the video where like the TMZ reporter, some otherwise like DC paparazzi, which just makes me gag, saying fucking It's like trying to roll up him while he's getting into a car, and he just starts talking to the guy and fucking like bullshitting with him to the point where they're on good terms and then leave. Like he doesn't get any drama out of the situation.
As you can. I mean, when you're a Supreme Court justice, right? So like you understand that there's a very, very high standard for behavior and conduct.
Of course. Yeah.
And like you're just
except when it comes to Justice Sotomayor.
Yeah.
She can do whatever the fuck she wants because she is the village idiot of that place.
And she's a liberal.
Which is why she's able to do it. But I mean, like, if any of
Which is a shame.
That choice is incredible.
Fuck Supreme Court justice. I'm talking about, like, if your fucking town or city council member was as stupid as her and, like, was publicly and vocally as stupid as her, you would primary her in a heartbeat.
So you watch
but it's a lifetime appointment.
Amy's appointment versus hers.
Yeah. Just like anything else, man.
Blind it. Put
just like anything else.
Take it off a video and give me the audio only. And who do you pick? Like
Amy Comey.
Anyway, like it's insane.
Which I don't know if
articulate, smart. I don't care what color you are. You could be Barney the dinosaur for all I care. Super articulate, super smart, has great opinions on what. Then you have people that protect child pornography.
Yeah. Oh, I watched the
Ketanji
Brown Jackson confirmation hearings, and I was like, "What the fuck, man!" Like,
blows me away.
Yeah,
blows me away.
She's a fucking moron. Like, not to
just blind it.
But here's the thing, man. Like, you can come up with whatever you could probably come up with like an incredibly intelligent transgender black woman or whatever they're identifying as this week. And I would be like, okay, at least they know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't care. I don't care what color you are.
But
I don't care.
You chose somebody who's going to toe the line, the fact that they 100%. Were whatever demographics you're selling,
and as that person,
that's the shield.
Like as that person, I don't want to be promoted because of like
my identity.
It's got to be about like my content.
What I believe.
What can I improve the situation with? Like my content that can move the needle.
Right? I feel like there was a famous black guy. I don't know. That said something stupid. I mean, fucking dumb.
Well, it's hate speech nowadays.
Yeah, right? Like, don't judge based upon the color of your skin, more on the content of your character. Like, I don't know who this guy was. I mean, somebody shot him because he was fucking so stupid.
You know, some Facebook moderator is going to click that part to try and get rid of the
100%, yeah. John's not entertained anymore by this. He was just like, shut
up. There goes my GS.
I can never go back to the government. I probably couldn't before this podcast. Anyway.
Done.
Not with that haircut.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, does anybody remember where we were before we got sidetracked to the Supreme Court?
We were talking about the Ashley Babbitt and just.
We moved on from that. You remember? Because the remember was like pause.
Yeah.
Here's where we are.
I think you guys changed the topic when I went to pee.
No, you were sitting there. This was like 5 minutes ago.
No.
Before I went off on the Judge Clarence Thomas tangent.
Well, the only reason we went off on that was because we were saying it's like, all right, one's an insurrection, one's not, and one had to do with Brett Kavanaugh, the other had to do with the 2020 election. So I think that's where we made the jump.
You had said, I'm old enough to have watched Brett Kavanaugh.
I think, stuff, right? Yeah, it definitely was like.
I gotta get better co-host, man.
What you call an insurrection versus what truly is an insurrection, right?
Like, because
you look up the Webster Dictionary definition is like overtaking a government for blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah,
which is like the Revolutionary War.
By illegitimate means.
Right, yeah. We were actually talking
the
about
Conch Republic when
Key
West wants to take over and like become their own thing.
I'll remind you.
You know what? I'll allow it. I'll let Key West be their own thing.
And it was allowed for about like a couple hours until the National Guard came in and they're like, fuck that. All right, we're gonna go back to the bar.
All right, so I'm gonna remind you, just because we were talking about who is the one person that you were removed. And you said Judge Roberts. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, hell me.
Go for it.
So my one person.
His two co-hosts.
My one person.
You're fired.
You can't.
He's gonna be like,
you can't be fired.
co-host is gone
Yeah, you
because you
can't
can't
be
figure
fired.
out what the fuck's going on.
So my one person right now, my one person would be Fauci.
Yeah.
That guy has done more damage than Biden, than fucking Powell, than Yellen, than Kamala Harris, than any other person on the planet. That guy has done more damage just by preaching the stupid fucking rhetoric that is completely unfounded, and he's just he's a snake oil salesman selling fear.
But I'm a health person.
But that's the guy I would get rid of.
It's interesting.
More than anybody else.
I'm definitely rubbing off on this guy because, like, follow the money, Fauci kind of guy. Like, when he first came out, I'm like, where did you come? And I'm like,
Well, he came from Oz because he's about the size
yeah.
of a fucking
Immediately,
lottery
I'm like,
deal.
what? As a scientist, I'm like, what board of directors are you on? Because, like, I've never heard anyone in a politically appointed position talk the way that guy has.
No.
And keep your career. Like,
Did
being in Army medicine, like, at
Did you
senior
watch-
levels, like,
Did you
Holy
watch
shit.
Rand Paul?
how are you
So
doing
Rand
that?
Paul pulled him back in.
You're lying, Congressman. You're lying, Senator.
Dude,
I have
This
never
is
done
good.
anything
That's good.
wrong in my life. I have followed the science the entire time. You, however, are overstepping your bounds. You are just an elected official. I am the science.
yeah.
That's good. So this
You just
guy
have to do like an evil Bernie Sanders impression. and you're
Yeah.
good.
But you have, like,
It's not hard.
where is he right now?
Who? Fauci?
In a
Dude, he's-
fucking bunker waiting his turn. out.
Bullshit. The guy was he was just testifying in front of Congress, and Rand Paul point blank said, "Listen, tell me, I want to know how many people that are on the I guess boards, right, of the pharmaceutical companies that are also approving the vaccine.
Yeah.
How much money are you getting paid? We want to know. I want to ask you that question." So he
That's
danced.
irrelevant.
They danced.
It's irrelevant.
No. His answer was appalling. He goes, "It is not required that anyone who is receiving royalties disclose any amount of money that we are getting paid for doing our
It's funny because
right."
Tell that to the IRS.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I
I'm
bet you have to disclose that
I'm
to them.
sure,
yeah.
but either way, like,
Uh,
are you fucking shitting me? So a senator.
I came from industry before I got into the government, and I had to, like, sell off all my stock to even get into the government to do
Yeah.
the work I was doing. Right. So how at my level is that, like, that's protocol? Like,
You can't do it.
get rid
You
of all
cannot
your
do it.
stuff.
You
You
cannot.
cannot be committed to a company, and if you did, you have to, like, announce it every single time. Like,
You want to know why you had to do that? Because you were hired, you weren't installed.
Yeah.
Fauci was installed even
Yeah.
going back towards before the 80s.
Dude created AIDS, basically.
Dude, I remember coming up and
Another conspiracy.
Like-
Yeah, I mean, dude created AIDS.
just in the fucking
Which
90s.
monkeypox is right behind that, and what is?
Hey,
who is that about?
AZ. That's racist to
That's-
Africa
yeah.
now, apparently, because the researchers have said you got to change the name because monkeypox is racist to Africa. How the fuck? What does that mean? Are you saying that somebody who named monkeypox is actually
referring to black people.
talking about black people? Is that what you're saying? Monkeypox? Are you trying to say that monkey is actually black people?
Well, that's like the people who are.
That's racist for even bringing that
Yeah,
shit up.
right?
It's the people who were talking about Lord of the Rings be like, oh, orcs are like black people because they act just like black people. It's like, whoa! It's like I never once in my life thought about that. That's all you, bro. Fucking.
Who makes that connection?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, come on.
That's confession through projection. right
These
there.
are these are not things that are in my brain.
I feel like it's a bunch of staffers, like, testing.
It's like a focus group.
Social
Sort of
focus group. Yeah, it's totally like a focus group.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, let's try this. Oh, that failed. Fuck, we're not going to do that again.
I mean,
And it's like until the meme comes out, and they're like, oops.
So-
All right, redirect.
so monkeypox, right? So monkeypox. What the fuck is
Well,
monkeypox?
here's the thing: when you say monkeypox, I think of smallpox and monkeys. I don't think about black people.
No.
Like I don't.
Not even a little bit.
I don't think about. Oh, it's just like AIDS, where we're trying to get rid of the gay people, or whatever that conspiracy theory
Not
is.
even a
It's
little
like,
bit.
Which you can thank Fauci for that. They were so hard set on trying to get it away from being like a fact, like you really have nothing to worry about unless you are a gay man having unprotected sex in a fucking underground orgy.
And that's what it is.
But it's
Like
like
you get monkeypox.
if you say that,
You're
like
dead.
I'm not saying like, hey, gay people deserve to die from AIDS.
No,
I'm just saying it's like, look, you like 90% of the people who have AIDS have done this specific course of action.
You're fucking somebody in the ass.
But it's
that's
like,
what it is.
but back when I was in like elementary school, we got to see those brand new videos from like 1970s.
Petrified of AIDS.
Yeah. It was like you can get AIDS because your
Petrified.
mom cut her finger on a cereal box or some shit like that. It's like, what the fuck?
You can kiss a man. Something else. Next thing you have AIDS.
I didn't go to that kind of public school.
Oh.
Holy shit. Fucking. Apparently all the problems we have in public schools, he was hitting like head on.
Yep.
Dear God, man, don't kiss a man.
Girls have cooties. Guys is where you want to be. Yeah.
And then it all changed. It was
Yeah,
like,
man.
you can't get AIDS from kissing people.
Can you get AIDS from boobs? No. I like boobs. We're done.
That's
Yeah,
why we
done.
turned straight.
Yeah.
It was all
That was
Vegas.
it. That was all. That was all it is. It was like say no to gay, say yes to boobs. Don't you guys remember that? Yeah, I remember it. It was all over the schools, man.
Interesting.
It's like drunk driving, all this shit.
Reefer madness.
Yeah, man.
All that stuff.
Say no to gay, say yes to boobs. I remember this. So anyway.
And the whole monkeypox thing is like it's not like COVID was. So they're putting your mask on. Oh, that's not how you get it.
Oh, great fucking question that I have for both of you.
What's that?
Where did all the variants go?
I think we ran out of Greek letters.
Right?
Yeah.
Somebody was like, fuck.
Once we hit Omega variant, it was just like, well, that's the end.
Hey man, I'm really tired of making up these names.
Again.
Next time it's gonna sound like a Elon Musk child, where it's just like, hey, this is AE12X.
Look, again, the focus group, it didn't stick. Right? It was like,
no,
like
it did
honestly,
not work.
like the
Did not work.
Omicron variant, and no one can pronounce it, and they're like,
Nobody.
well,
cared.
no one's
Well,
scared.
everybody
No one's
started.
scared anymore, and they're not like, oh, this is like Delta.
Well,
Omicron.
everybody just started quoting like,
Like-
you know, Conan the Barbarian, just like, Crom, if you take me, I better only have 1 week of bed rest. If not, then to hell with you.
So
yeah, like
Yeah.
it's the focus group, and it failed.
I think
Like-
I got Omicron. I didn't get any of the other variants of.
are there variants? Are there really variants? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it
I know people that actually got COVID and they were on their ass for like.
Yeah, I'm not saying
fucking-
it's not. I'm
they-
not saying it's fake.
Like
It's a real.
they survived it all, obviously, but there was like, man, it was the worst shit I ever did. When I got it, I wasn't sure if it was a cold or me just being sleep deprived because it's like, man, my body regulation
Yeah, I need
sucks
more
at
caffeine.
night. Yeah.
I need more caffeine or
You're exhausted.
or
You're tired.
hate or testosterone. I don't know what it
And
was,
then-
but I needed more of it.
And then there were people who.
And I got tested. Like my last blood work came back. I was like, "Oh, you have antibodies." Like, I guess I had it at some point.
But
Weird. I never felt like anything different.
there were
And
people that
honestly-
got long-term effects too. It's like,
You're
oh
the-
man,
you're
like
the
fried
long
food,
COVID, the
fucking.
long COVID.
Yeah, I don't want to downplay that because everyone's affected
Yeah,
a
sure.
certain way by like host. It's the host.
I love the
thing.
fact that you're so politically correct. You really. are.
Everyone.
No, no,
it's a scientific
No,
fact.
It's
that,
my
like,
favorite. It's my favorite thing about you.
Oh, thank you. I thought it was something else.
Yeah. Your great calves.
My spooning.
Your ankles.
Yeah. So yeah, I
great.
mean,
So
everyone's
the way you
affected.
flick his ear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone's affected differently, and
Yeah.
that's how like a virus affects a host. Like some people die, and it's the buffalo theory, right? You kill off the weak, and you make
That's what it
the
is.
strong stronger,
It is what it is.
and that's what viruses do. And there are variants, and there's mutations, and
I mean, you
et
can
cetera. You can
take
call
that-
it whatever you want. Like
Take that and expand it to the most macro level. That's life.
it's totally
But I
like
mean-
That's life.
But I mean, like that's what the cold used to be. The cold used to fucking kill you.
Yeah.
And then couple of generations of people, you know, developing immunities to cold,
So
and
did
the
polio.
cold and the cold mutating to get around those immunities. Soon it became, look, it's gonna get you. There's no way around it, but it's not gonna do anything like terrible to you unless you're a guy, in which case the cold is like the worst thing.
Yeah.
But it's like It's like the cult's not going to kill you because it doesn't want to kill you. It wants to spread to other people.
Exactly. And then same thing with COVID and all this stuff. It doesn't. The virus does not want to kill you because once it kills you, like
you can't spread.
You can't spread, and then
So
it dies itself. Like
so, my father had liver cancer, had a liver transplant. He's still on like the anti-rejections, all this. It's like, and he's 72. And so last year he gets the vaccines and all that shit. And he comes down with suddenly emphysema, but not like the normal emphysema where you're like, you've got it. And then you have like, he instantly within like 6 months went to like 40% lung capacity, like extremely advanced, rapidly declining emphysema, which is very odd, right? So he was the guy like last February, he was one of the first ones to get the shots. He's had both shots, both boosters, all that shit. So he gets COVID a month ago after everything. All the shots didn't save him. He gets it. He's got emphysema. He's the guy that you go, that guy's dying.
He might be entitled to compensation.
He has no immune system. He has no.
Have you had these
mesophilia?
If so, Cole.
Yeah, 100%. Those commercials are coming.
Yeah.
But like, he has.
They are totally.
100%. Do you have Justin Bieber face? So.
Did you speak with a Pfizer representative?
Dude should be dead. Like if you had to be like that guy, if he gets COVID, he's done, right? Okay, so he gets it, and whatever it is, like they're smart enough to recognize that like they don't feel good, so they take a COVID test. Him and his wife, they both pop. So he calls his pulmonologist. His pulmonologist is like, all right, tomorrow you're going to get the monoclonal antibodies. So he goes and gets them.
He was allowed?
Yeah. Well, he lives in North Carolina. He doesn't live in Maryland. Okay, so that's
I was going to say, he's probably way too white for that.
Big difference. So now it's been 3 weeks. Dude's still alive, doing good. Like, what are you going to say? It's like, one, my father's a cockroach, obviously. Like, nothing can kill my dad.
Even the nuke's not going to kill him.
Nothing. I just laughed at
He survives off of hate and anger.
He's going to be like a
I'm still here, bitches.
A dried up mummy just going,
just too angry to die, right? Like, fuck you.
157 years old, like, zero quality of life, but he's still alive. That'll be my dad. So I don't know.
Yeah.
That's, to me, how do you take somebody, right? That literally is like, he checks every single box. But you give him the monoclonals, yet he's still here. And he was a heavy smoker. All the things that like, check the boxes.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. I don't subscribe to the shit that everybody else, I don't want to say believes, but it's like, go ahead.
You want to know my favorite fucking like article? I don't even know if it was true, but a factoid that came out during like the initial panic of COVID was, look, COVID attacks the lungs. So if you're a smoker and you get it, you're fucked. Like there's no way you're going to be able to survive that. But the tar that's built up in your lungs from smoking, like stops the transmission of COVID. So it's like, if you're a smoker, you're less likely to get it. But if you get it, you're fucked.
Yeah, I mean, that's even bullshit in itself.
Right, because it started in China. They all smoke there. They're required by law.
Well, COVID is inflammation, right? That's all that COVID is. So the problem is that the inflammation generally leads to pneumonia. Pneumonia will kill countless people every year anyway, right? So you have inflammation compounded by pneumonia. Those two together are a problem. Doesn't mean that you're dead from that. It actually, what kills more people is the actual hospital protocols, that remdesivir, dude. Yeah, this is a whole, I'll bring my wife on. Dude, she will tear people apart. The shit that this country is allowing from a medical standpoint, from a drug, that's fucking terrible.
It's the
follow the money.
Follow the money. I mean, follow the money.
I was just gonna go there. Like,
follow the money.
Having run some high-end prosthetics.
Hey,
and,
time.
I know.
Yeah.
Which I'm about to.
Yeah, back it out.
Whoever was the furthest away from betting on John, I'll pay them $20.
Cool.
I'm a fucking camel.
Yeah, I'm not. As all my friends know, like the phone was blowing up. Like,
Yeah, where are you going, dude? Where are you going?
this way.
Like crawl out beneath there.
All right, so
Yeah, like I mean, yeah, all my friends were like blowing up and they're like, "You haven't peed already? You about to die?"
Nope, I'm good.
Yeah, no, like COVID stuff's crazy. Like,
Oh,
and
bullshit.
you wanna talk about
You know
like
what,
conspiracy stuff, like whatever happened to Cuomo.
That's another fucking.
We could go like
Well, dude, that's
whole 2 hours.
That's a whole fucking show in and of itself.
Yeah, but like I said, anytime virus affects a host, it does it in a different way.
Yeah, of course.
So,
But I mean, that's by design.
yeah,
Because if everyone that took the vaccine died, people are like, oh fuck. If everyone that got the virus died.
To your point, I haven't met people that had negative like interactions with the vaccine
Really?
until we had a bunch of soldiers come through where I work now, and the one guy's like, I saw him on like a insulin pump.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that sucks, bro. Like, well, I was working on like kidney replacement and all that stuff for like tissue biofabrication and whatever. He's like, yeah, so
that's weak shit.
at the beginning of COVID,
Such weak shit.
he's like, I was required to get a shot, and 2 weeks after that, I went into like coma, came out type 1 diabetic from the shot,
Dude.
And I'm like, there is definitively saying, you were on a course.
Yeah.
You were living your life. Bro. You had no issue.
Bro.
You got a shot. 2 weeks later, you went into a coma, and now you have type 1 diabetes for the rest of your life.
I have made a lot of bad decisions in my life. A lot. The best decision that I've ever made is not getting those fucking shots and making sure that my kids and my family did not get those shots. I saw my dad, who's obviously, I have no idea. Like,
you didn't enter an active clinical trial.
Yeah, that's all it is.
At the end of it, like, right, wrong, or indifferent, like, some careers, like, made you get it to make sure that you were safe, whatever. But that's electively entering into an active clinical trial.
Yeah, no thank you. No thank you.
I there, in no time in history have I ever seen this.
No thank you.
Nope. It's like 16 years in the medicine space.
It goes back way beyond that.
Developing things like, so
no thank you.
So soldiers, of course, like
they have no choice.
You have no choice, like anthrax
I
vaccine.
got them all.
You don't have rights as a fucking military.
I got them all.
But as a regular civilian, to like, I'm forcing you into an active clinical trial.
Nope. No thank you.
I've never seen it. Like, never seen it. And you go back and you
straighten that up. That way they can see you.
Yeah.
No, not the chair.
Review history. And they're like, well, polio and blah blah blah. I'm like, this is not polio.
Yeah.
Or we made it through the plague too.
Yeah. We're still
and who got shots for that? I don't remember plague shots going around.
Yeah,
the righteous, that's who.
Yeah.
It was all a question of like
except Jesus.
Yeah.
All right, so
pray or die.
Here's the deal. We're what do we have right now?
Only a lot.
We're long. We're running long, but I love this conversation. This is great. All right, so we're gonna get into our last little bit here because we've talked about a lot of good shit. This has been a great conversation. We're gonna take a turn back to Robb Elementary, the Uvalde, Texas shooting, because right now this is there's so much crazy shit going on with this that sets off so many goddamn red flags that it's not even funny. And so conspiracy theory, right, seems to be the theme of the show. But conspiracy theories, they come from things that just don't add up, right? We talked about this. Like when 1 + 1 no longer equals 2. And so when you're a logical person and you can break things down, you can have an intellectual conversation and intelligent discourse. why is that a conspiracy theory, right?
When 3 points don't no longer draw
well,
a straight line.
I'm not.
It's a conspiracy theory because it
Goes
disagrees
against-
with their politics, and you don't have like the unequivocal proof.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it a conspiracy theory. Now, by its actual definition, a conspiracy theory should just be a conjecture that certain people are conspiring to make B happen by A action. That's all that means.
Yeah.
Which, if
I think
like 90% of your fucking life is conspiracy theories because people working together to do shit. Look at the market.
Yeah,
But I mean,
I also think like stuff like this is not a conspiracy theory because a conspiracy theory like lends itself to you're trying to drive it in a direction that you want it to go for your own gain.
Yep.
Like, all right, no one landed on the moon, whatever, blah blah blah. A rocket went up, people got out, they landed on the moon, whatever. So I'm trying to think what my point was.
Whiskey thoughts, motherfucker.
Whiskey thoughts. No, it's like so it can't be for a political reason. It has to be like connecting points, A to B to C.
Yeah.
Where this is like, I want to go A to D.
Well, I mean,
and then assure you that we went through B and C before we got to D.
Right. Exactly, 100%. But it's to me, it's more than that, right? To me, it's way more than that because what you just laid out, right? The moon landing. It's a very contentious conversation because there's video, there's evidence, right? Okay, we launched,
which is all more evidence for the conspiracy because obviously Hollywood would be involved.
We launched a rocket. Okay, you can't challenge that. We launched a rocket. There's a video of us and recorded conversation of us like communicating with the people on the way, and then as they were there, we recorded our conversations with them as they're getting off on the moon. And then we recorded everything coming back. Like, so if you challenge that, you are crazy. You are a conspiracy theorist, right? So, but then if you challenge the logic, you'll be like, okay, wait a minute, hold on.
It could have been.
Right? So I hear what you're saying,
right?
Because I'm not disputing what we saw. I'm saying, again, to moon landing.
Exactly.
So there's no gravity, or there's zero gravity, zero air, right?
Well, it's microgravity. It still exerts gravitational force. It's just not as high as Earth.
Okay, so how does a flag wave, right?
Well, the flag waves by inertia. So the fact that you put motion on that thing, like when you were setting it up and you're planting it, it's going to fucking move back and forth because you have the elastic forces from the pole trying to steady itself.
It's the same thing as you like. Right.
That's different than like wind constantly blowing on it and blowing on it.
I understand this, right? So again, logic. You ask a question,
retort,
discuss, and you come to a conclusion that says, okay, this makes sense. Versus being like, no, that's not possible. There must have been
Babbitt on the
there's
moon.
wind. Like,
fuck
but that's what I'm saying. It's like
I'm highlighting like the number one conspiracy in American history in parallel to what we're about to talk about here.
But you can fry some people's minds by just pointing out like certain other factors that they didn't even like. They're trying to figure out the hows and the whys. Yeah. And then you just pull something else. Like be like, all right, yeah, the number one accomplishment of NASA was faked in a Hollywood studio. Why did they fake it again? We haven't been back. It's too hard to go back. So I mean,
that has always
fake it again.
Like as someone who,
well, it's like, why didn't the Soviets fake it? We'd be like, oh, dude, we're just as good as you. We fucking do this too.
Yeah. I mean, they have the technology.
And the follow up on that is like the American way, right? If I've been there once, I want to go 10 more times because one is.
Yeah, why once?
One is not.
We left a car on there with the keys in the ignition because we're the only ones going back.
Yeah. So it's like
again, logical.
If we've been there one time and we never went back again, it has to be false because like that it's not just the American way because we would like
We would have
in elementary school. You
there
talk
would
about
be a
like
Chick-fil-A on the moon.
there was hotels being built on the moon,
Yeah,
and we're going to be in Mars
100%.
in like a year afterwards.
100%.
But
The
we've
trick
never
is
been
how
back
you
yet.
calculate Sunday on the moon because it's on a different orbit than the Earth.
Ooh, ow.
That-
All right, so
That's a show.
without getting into this, I'm going to drop this little thing.
Get back to.
I'm coming back to
Yeah,
the school to Robert
Because we're all
Elementary,
there.
but I'm going to drop this on you. Okay, so flat Earth, right?
Mhm.
I am not a flat earther.
Jesus.
I'm just saying I'm not a flat earther. But there's one thing that I want both of you when you go home and you're sitting around and you're like, I got nothing else to do right now. Google a flight pattern. Like just put it in from DC to wherever the fuck it is. Okay. And so I always use Greece because we go there every year, right? So Greece takes you from DC. It takes you north, right? So you go over like New York, go up over New England, all the way up, and then you circle down over to Europe, right? So it's an arc.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And so you land wherever the fuck you land in Europe. Because that's the pattern that all flights take. Okay. So on a flat Earth model, when you take the Earth and you go spread it out, and I've done this multiple times. And it always freaks me the fuck out. Always. Every single flight pattern, every single one, is always a straight line. Okay? I'm going to give you the craziest one that I can think of that I've ran, right? So if you are at Cape, Southern Cape of South America, Cape Horn, right?
South Africa.
Yeah.
That's South Africa, okay? And you want to fly to the southern tip of South America, which is Cape.
Well, that's Tierra del Fuego.
But the airport, there's no airport down there. It's actually in the southern point of Chile, right? That's the most southern airport there.
Right.
Okay. So if you're here in the southern, in let's just call it.
Is that the Cape Magellan?
Maybe, but I don't think so.
It's a part where it's like there's a plate going between Antarctica and South America, and that's why it has that like trailing island.
No, I mean there's a lot of ocean between those things. Hold on, the southern.
Well, yeah, it's a subsurface plate, but I mean it's still causing tectonic.
I'm just thinking if we're flat earthers, I don't have to dial a tenth into my windage.
The fucking Coriolanus effect is terrible.
Motherfucker lives
It's the right 1/10 at a mile.
that lives in the Cape Horn and Tierra del Fuego. You're right. It's all the same shit, right? So anyway, the point that I'm making is this, right? I'm not saying this. I started the whole thing and I said, disclaimer, I am not a flat earther, but it's weird, right? Because the whole theme of the show is conspiracy theories, right?
Right.
It's fucking weird. Because if I'm at a point here, the southernmost tip, right? And I want to go to this southernmost tip. Everyone knows what's the straightest or the quickest point, a straight line, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to fly from here to here. It's very clear that that's the closest by a long shot, right? You can't find a direct flight from here to here. You cannot find them. You actually have to fly north all the way up to the top and then fly across to Africa and then back down, right?
So, and here's a reason why they do that. And it goes back to the age of sail, not even airplanes.
Sure.
It's because the way the wind currents go during the Hadley sails and the Ferrol sails, what we used to call the trade winds, the easterlies and all that. And so what it comes down to is like saving fuel, because you have to expend more fuel to fight against the winds than be carried by them. And as far as going from like the U.S. to where we are, the Dulles, BWI, Reagan area, over to Europe, what they try to do is they try to ride the coast up through like Nova Scotia and Canada, over Greenland and over down, is because not only are the winds a little bit more permissive, but also if something goes wrong, you have land to actually land on, as opposed to just ditching into the ocean.
Is there a problem with that?
Well, if you ditch into the ocean, you're fucked.
Oh, so there is a problem.
Whereas if you can ride the coastline, there's probably an airport around somewhere.
I just want to make sure that water was a problem.
Yeah. And so,
So I just found it strange.
Right.
That when you spread out every single flight pattern, like the one I just described.
Yeah, sure.
From point to point, right?
Yeah.
It's a straight line.
And what they'll use is a Coriolis effect.
And it depends on what hemisphere you're in.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
so it'll be a straight line on a
saying
flat map.
that the Earth is flat. I'm just saying that this is fucking fun shit.
I am, just to be a contrarian. Fuck you guys.
Yeah,
I am not. I am not saying the Earth is flat. I had a guy that I used to work with. Sold me every day on this shit.
Yeah, as a shooter, I know like what direction and what hemisphere I'm in.
Yeah,
I need a tenth in either direction.
Yeah,
because if you're dialing in a northern direction, and I'm a 10th left. I'm going to be a 10th, 2/10.
Dude, even land nav does not make sense if you're a flat earther. Like if you're using constellations and that shit, that only works if you're around.
Just stupid questions, fun shit to have fun with. Anyway, all right, so let's go back.
I love the flat earthers though, because they will go to the
end of the earth.
Literally,
and then fall off.
You caught that?
You're gonna go to the end of the earth.
You gotta go to the end of the
earth. Like, no, man, the sky's actually a dome with holographic shit. It's like, bro, you are making up technologies that I want to exist, but they don't.
Yeah. Keep walking. Keep walking.
to the moon and back. Why are we going? Because it's not real.
My argument,
there's a dome.
I got one guy. He wasn't smart enough because I can like figure out the counter to it. Yeah. But he was just like, yeah, man, Earth is flat and all that shit. I was like, but Aristotle wasn't part of the Illuminati, and he figured out it was round. And it took him a second to go, Aristotle's fake. He didn't exist. And I was just like, all right,
we're done. And we're done. You know, shooting is the one thing. Like that is to a precise, to a tenth of a degree. Like you can't deny it. Like they do those tests, like the light test. Like if the Earth was, if it wasn't flat, you'd be able to put this up and shoot a light. Like right,
it's non-deniable at a mile.
Yeah,
like, if I'm pointing in one direction,
it's ridiculous.
My target by the time I get the impact is 16 inches. A different place than when I pulled the trigger.
Time of distance.
So how did that happen?
Time of distance.
Here's why you got to get your kids out of public school if they're still in there, is so that you can teach them trig and they become better shooters.
Am I saying that it's time of distance? What is it? What's the actual term?
There's a whole lot of
time of distance would be acceleration.
Yeah,
it's the difference between distance over a period of time.
It's speed to target. Right?
Speed of target. Thank you. Speed of target.
But there's so much that plays into that, like ballistic coefficient. Blah blah blah, like Coriolis, wind factors, like
well, I'm just talking about
Coriolis effect is like the last thing that you need to calculate because it's always going to be the same no matter what. Where it's like wind difference between where the wind is here versus the wind is.
So I'm just talking about the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, Coriolis it's a tenth, and it's 50%. You're 50% accurate depending on which direction you're pointing, right? So the Earth is rotating in one direction. Yeah. You're shooting in the other. You could miss by that same difference. So you could actually zero it and be 0.10.
I'm just telling you, right? This is the guy
where they treat like the Barrett 50 cal as like a sniper rifle. It's like, bro, it's a 4-minute of angle weapon. It's like, unless you're targeting a vehicle, like you ain't hitting shit.
Yeah. This guy is like, this guy's, just so you know, he's hitting at 1,000 yards, an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with miniature dollar bills on it and the president's head, and he's doing headshots.
Yeah.
So
like 4-inch target, like
hey,
4-inch targets at.
My wife just came. Come say hi.
Yeah. Hi, honey.
No, just come over here.
No.
Okay.
She knows better.
Yeah.
I'm taking the kids. We're going to the Dailies, okay?
Okay.
Is this what we edited out?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll edit.
She's like, they can't find out he's married, and that's
There goes half
this
our.
This is the part that we edit out. So anyway, all right. So here we go.
Back to the school.
Uvalde, Robb Elementary. The shit that has come out in the last, especially 72 hours, has been absolutely fucking unreal.
which a lot of it's not even new. Like it's what we considered rumor or unconfirmed like a week ago.
It's the things that we've been saying since the shooting happened.
Yeah,
right.
And now you're just seeing the confirmation.
It's like the waiting for 50 minutes.
It's the conspiracy theory. Like everybody that I know.
It's the
like
B. It's the B to R C, A to C.
Yeah.
Right.
If
like,
you said
A is true and C is true, then clearly B is true.
And here's the video about B.
If you said that, I mean, literally anything about why the police should have been waiting, or how they wouldn't have done this, or how they shouldn't have done this, or there couldn't have been a door that was locked or propped open, or any of these things. There's now not only congressional testimony, there's video that proves that everything we were saying weeks ago is now 100% accurate.
Yeah, and I talked to some of the people who teach in this area around here, and I'm like, what's your school security like? I'm like, I'm not baiting you. And then look at them, I'm like, yeah, you are. Yeah. So they're like, it's wide open. It's completely wide open. Like you have a kiosk in the very beginning, and you like go to an admin assistant, like I'm here for X, Y, and Z, but there's 12 other doors, none of which are locked. There's no fortification. There's no backup stuff. Like there's nobody there that's like gonna take care of you when the shit goes down. And they give you like one of those like wedges and put this in your door. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna piss off a lot of law enforcement if they want this.
Please.
Yeah. So a lot of law enforcement kinetic training, which is where you're responding to the threat and shit like that. Okay, let's take your usual SWAT scenario. Yep. Most of the time, they're not responding to something. They're acting on information. Like, all right, we've got this drug kingpin or whoever in this house. We know he's there. We've got confirmation from sources. All right, we're going in there. Anybody who poses a threat, fucking smoke him, try and capture this guy, kill him if you have to, whatever. Yeah. An active shooter is different. It's an entirely different sort of kinetic situation. Sure. Because if there's a target in a house and he may or may not have friends with him who are equally as hostile to you as possible. Sure. It's a situation of I'm going in on killing everybody who presents a threat. Yeah. In responding to an active shooter in a compound or a building with plenty of innocents, it's all right, I'm going in there. There's only one guy I get to kill. Yeah. And I better be damn well sure that he's the one I shoot. The right. Yeah. So a situation where it's like you would think numbers wise, you wouldn't want to go into a situation where it's you, the one guy, versus like 10 shooters, right? Yep. And there's like one person, but it's like a hostage you got to rescue. There's one no shoot, right? Okay. So you've got 10 shoots, one no shoot. Sure. That sounds like you're outnumbered, right? No, because it means that you only have
better odds of success.
Yeah, one out of 11 people that you're not allowed to smoke on fucking pure reaction. When you're going in to eliminate a hostile or an active shooter, it's you have infinity number of no shoots and one shoot. Yeah. That means that your split second reactions are now it's a decision-making process.
Shoot the guy,
which means you're probably going to get shot in the process. Which is why so many people don't want to do that.
What
first guy through the door is like,
listen, man.
Your beta test, right? You walk through the door.
It's trial and error in every room you go into.
We talk about that. But they have fucking gear for that. They have gear for that, right? It's like
again, they can't cover everything, right?
No.
So I mean, if you're the first through the door,
that's your job.
Your job is pretty much to like beta test, like getting shot.
Your job.
My boy behind me.
Ow! He's hostile. Yeah.
If you're fucking running point, right? If you're on point, in patrol, guess what? You're the guy that got picked to get fucking shot.
It's why whether it's Fallujah or fucking a farmhouse out in Marja, the casualty rate for room clearing in the military, especially the Marine Corps, is 75%.
So let me ask you this.
You're not getting.
Let me ask you this. In room clearing, right? Was it the PFC / Lance Corporal, or was it the fucking sergeant / staff sergeant Who's leading the room clearing?
In room clearing, it's whoever the fucking second man is. It's not the point man. It's the guy behind him. And whoever the fuck that shows up to be, whether it's a sergeant, whether it's a corporal, whether it's a lance corporal, whether it's a PFC, whether it's the fucking dude that just showed up in the building by accident.
Second dude.
Yeah, because he's got to give the signal that everybody's stacked up and ready to go.
Second dude.
Yeah.
All right. So it doesn't matter.
Rank does not matter. It's positioning in the stack. As far as military goes, as far as like other organizations that I worked with, it changes, and it's usually like
low man on a totem pole.
It's not even low man on a totem pole. It's like this weird mix of consensus of like, hey, we're ready. All right, now you choose to go and shit like that.
So even worse, right?
Yeah.
Whoever's getting picked is what you're telling me, right?
Yeah, but it's a fluid thing. Like once you enter CQB and you enter room clearing,
next guy.
There is no rank. There's only positioning.
Okay.
And it's constantly changing. As soon as you go into the room and go back out.
So you're telling me that, like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So rank has nothing to do with where you are. Like, you could be the most senior guy.
Once you enter CQB, yeah, it goes into.
As you enter CQB, I don't care where you are. Yeah. If you're in that position, that's your job.
Yeah,
right?
because Point Man's got all the information, but he's also got all the initiative.
Yep.
And if he takes that too early before the stack can form, or before he's got at least a second guy in support, he's fucked. You never want to be entering a room alone. And in the military, they say you never do this.
Yeah.
In other organizations, yeah, you do it, but you have to be like cognizant, like you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah. So
you might get one guy, but he's taking you down.
It's a position of necessity. Yeah, it's like where you are the one man trying to get to the two man so that you can now act.
Okay, so I'm going to break this down. Understanding what you just said. So how many rooms are there usually in a CQB house?
So in the actual environment where it's like you're running kinetics,
ballpark,
there is no average. I mean, because
5.
No.
7.
I'm telling you, there is no average. Which way you could be in a farmland area where it's like a brick compound and there's like 2 or 3 rooms.
Okay.
Or you could be clearing the first room of an office building, in which case you have like fucking 18.
Perfect. Do me a favor, just so everybody understands, very briefly, give your background and why you're talking about this with such experience and detail. Because nobody knows who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
I introduce you as Coop LoPresto,
great.
the Facebook famous guy.
Yeah. So I post my unfiltered thoughts on Facebook, which is why I've developed a following. But as far as my background, I was Marine Corps infantry for almost 6 years. Then I got out. Then I worked at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. And then I went and started working overseas. And I'm not going to get into the specifics of it, but it's like overseas security and stuff like
dirty
that.
Stuff.
Yeah. So my job is to keep Americans alive in theaters where that's usually hard. That's it. That's all I'm going to get into. Yep. You can pretend I'm a mall cop. I don't care. I'm not. I'd rather stay within the limits of my NDA than impress you.
You're good.
But
you're good. Perfect. All right. So he obviously knows what the fuck he's talking about. So, okay, go back to, because you exactly proved my point.
Right.
Which is what I was trying to do.
Here's the thing. The school, though, you have the blueprints too.
If you also know where that guy is. Name me. You can't even go back to Sandy Hook, right?
Right.
They didn't move. They stayed in one. Columbine was the only.
Columbine was terrible because everybody pretends that it was just an active shooter. No, it was. They were laying IEDs.
They were. Yeah.
Those guys had a plan.
Yeah, and that's why everything got held up as long as it did. Right. And the IEDs and the knowledge that they were planted in the first place was why the tactical elements were so slow to maneuver, which gave the shooters as much time as they needed to go around and just massacre people.
All right, so
and that sort of mentality stayed with the Virginia Tech shooters.
Yep, right.
Where it's like tactical guys were like, oh, we don't know if he's got IDs. Like, no, this is a lone shooter with 2 fucking pistols because he thought he was in a John Woo movie, but you didn't know that, so you couldn't move on that. Uvalde's
but you should have moved. But you should have fucking moved. Not caring.
Right. And which is, I have my own opinions on
Sure.
school resource officers, but, and that goes back to Parkland and all that, but Uvalde was different in the sense that they were already tracking this guy before he even got on the property.
Yep.
So for the people that don't know, he killed his grandmother first.
Yep.
And
posted on Facebook.
And this is where like a lot of conspiracies show up because everybody's sort of equating it to the Newtown shooting and Adam Lanza. He killed his mother, took her guns. Well, he took her guns.
That was Sandy Hook, right?
Yeah, Sandy Hook. And so when people hear this information, it's like, oh man, this is just like Sandy Hook. Yeah, it kind of sort of. There are some similarities enough to where people can make the connections and not be retarded. But and I can say that word because I'm also retarded. But no. But so the police were on to him because he had already committed.
You don't have to apologize.
He already committed a murder. And there was a fucking police chase while he was in a vehicle, and he crashed onto the property of the school, and then decided, "Guess this is where I'm making my mark." And then he went in and started massacring people.
The one open door, the one open open door. I don't buy it.
Something like that just happened here.
I don't buy it.
At Dietrich, right?
Oh yeah.
So dude crashes the gate, is met with like 42 rounds, like dead right there. Like speed to response.
Yeah.
Like not caring about like.
I do not buy.
Oh, in my Columbine thing, there should be IDs with.
I don't buy that this kid
in there.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. It's not plausible. And that's a word that everybody says. Okay, so even if it is on the rare, like what are the chances, right? What are the percentages? So this kid kills his grandmother,
right?
Gets into a high-speed chase, right? Crashes the truck, the brand new Ford F-150 that is $70,000 that he somehow has, that he bought as an 18-year-old without a job.
Yeah. The weird shit is the funding that goes
right?
behind it and the way that the finances work.
Dude, he had $6,000 worth of weaponry.
Yeah. Including the ammo and all that.
Which is weaponry.
Is retardedly expensive right now.
Dude, he's running $2,500 DDs.
Yep.
With high-end glass. And then you're talking about $1,000 in body armor and $500 in ammo, right?
Dude, a little bit more than 500. It would have been 500 before COVID. Now it's like you're looking at 1,000 at least. Yeah.
Well, no.
It depends on when
it
depends on when he bought
acquired.
Well, he just bought the guns like 2 weeks before he did the job.
What was he shooting?
It was to Daniel Defense.
Yeah.
So in 5.56.
Yeah, man. Like.
Dude,
I can get 1,000 rounds of 5.56 right now for about $500. 1,000 rounds. That's a lot of rounds, right? So you can't carry that many rounds.
No.
As an individual, you can't. Like unless you got a pack, right, and you're weighing yourself down because that shit.
So that goes into Parkland where he had way more ammo than he ever would have even needed for that situation. But he was also using 10-round mags, which is kind of an indictment of any of your fucking limited ammo laws.
If somebody has intent and it's evil, they'll make it up.
Yeah, with tactical reloads.
Whatever.
What does it matter?
It doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. Yeah. But I mean, again, so to my point, like you have a guy that did all this shit, ends up at a fucking school, right? Somehow, while the police are chasing him, finds the one door in a school that has a policy of completely locked down doors, right? They've stated that no one can get into our school. Everything is locked. The only way that you can get in is from an interior door being opened, and that's it. So it was propped open.
So here's my argument against the conspiracy. I do believe there is a conspiracy theory element to it.
Sure.
But here's my argument against that.
Sure.
And it comes down to the Occam's razor approach, where the simplest explanation should be investigated first, and of maliciousness and incompetence are almost equivalent. Like to the point where it's like,
Agreed.
if something seems
agreed.
sufficiently evil, it might be explained by them being
Ridiculous.
fucking stupid. Yeah.
Sure.
Lack
And
of competence. Yeah.
Sure.
and so I try and think of it from different ways. So if I'm a fucking psycho that just killed my grandmother,
Yep.
I know if I'm ever caught and going to jail, in for a penny, in for a pound. If I'm already on the run from the cops,
Fair enough.
I'm going to be like, where can I settle down where they would be kind of hesitant to go guns blazing? It's a school. If a school is on my escape route, I'm sort of like leaning my way there and directing myself there. Then when I get there, we'll figure out what it has. It's almost like it's not spontaneous and it's not pre-planned, but it's a mix between
that cop aside.
Yeah, you're just choosing what venue you're gonna fucking.
And like dude that crafty gate at Dietrich did the same thing. Like he's like, where can I go where I know I'm gonna get shot in the face? I'm gonna bust through like the most protected place I could possibly find. Or Dietrich, boom.
So that's where I'm coming from the shooter, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Psycho, already on the run from the cops.
Sure.
Where am I going to make my last stand, and where am I going to do the most damage?
Sure. I can buy that.
From the cops aspect.
But you don't enter the school then.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're trying to if you're just trying to add seconds to your clock and fuck with the cops as much as possible, and you're already not worried about A, going to hell, and B,
so I just think about this for a second, right?
Like you go to a hospital or kids. Like those are two places you're gonna go.
Just think about this, right? This kid was 18. He wasn't 45. He didn't have a lifetime of angst and pain, right? So he was 18 years old. I understand this. I'm saying this.
Yeah.
It's called full circle.
Yeah, exactly. I get that. And I give 1,000% like validity to what you just said. Public school, right? But he's 18 and he dresses like a fucking woman. Okay. Like his head's so fucked up that he doesn't have a lucid thought on a daily basis. Okay. So
it's weird how lucid thoughts work, where it's like whatever you need to do to fix your life will never come to you, but whatever you need to make it worse comes very easily.
It comes in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not disagreeing with you guys.
Now,
and I'm sorry
like
about
that reality
right?
becomes like violently aggressive.
Yeah.
Like it always seems to play that direction, right?
Sure.
Like you're completely whacked, right?
Sure.
So it's the next
Okay,
level
so
of like aggression.
it's like a system of escalation, the same way that an addiction to a drug.
Like I get high here.
Yep.
I just want to get more high somewhere else. It just keeps escalating.
Okay, so you guys both know this world very well, right?
Mhm.
Okay. This world is not it's not a very easily navigated world, right? You get shot and killed very easily. It's normally
depends on who you're around.
Yeah.
If you're around the Uvalde Police Department, apparently not. But
what I'm saying is
You just wait outside and let it
normally you get killed very quickly. Okay. So all I'm saying is in this situation, under the circumstances, right?
Right.
Like normal circumstances, this kid should have been dead long before he entered into the school.
And that's my point on some of the other events similar to this.
Yep.
Dude shoots family member, goes on a tirade. You know he's going cop aside. Like he's too pussy to kill himself. So he needs someone else to do it for him.
100%.
And sure enough, like you go through a military gate, you're getting shot in the face. This guy just chose the school.
Okay.
It was his target of opportunity that he thinks, I think at that time, that is going to get me shot because I can't do it myself.
I hate talking about the OODA loop because it's just a fancy word for like rational thought, but it really is. It's like as he's taken this action, he's killed his grandmother. He's on the run from the cops. He is now actively looking for new targets to fucking increase his notoriety. He already knows he's dead.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't think he's getting out of this.
Yeah.
So what do? You make a last stand in a spot that's going to make you fucking infamous.
I mean, I disagree.
And is going to create the most apprehension in your pursuer.
One door open.
And here's what I'm getting at. Try to look at it instead of one overarching sort of plot. I would look at it from each person's individual.
And I have.
So the cops,
yep.
They know, killed a family member and is on the run.
Sure.
Which is why potentially somebody could come to the conclusion that they're going to bunker up and like try and hold hostages, not go on an active shooting spree, but just sort of bunker up to try and like sort of get out of this situation.
No.
It's stupid, but one of the most basic bitch fucking,
I can't agree with
barely taught.
I can't agree with this. I can't.
I don't know. But and here's the
this
third
is
aspect.
This is what makes all this great. The fact that you and I can disagree.
Right.
I don't see this.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Look at it from the teacher's point of view. Or whoever the fuck was.
How does this guy? Okay, so there's one unlocked door on the perimeter of the school.
And
How many doors do you think were on the perimeter of the school?
All right. Think of it this way, though. You're a teacher, which already means you're stupid.
Sure.
I'm not sorry.
So fat flag girls.
Yeah. So you're a teacher who happens to be in a position.
John's never gonna let me live that.
Yeah. To see.
He knows and loves someone that was fat.
To see a car ram through the perimeter fence onto your school property with people acting wildly, and there's cops coming.
Okay. And dude, I'm just telling you.
I mean, all right. Like, pretend that you never went through the Marine Corps. Pretend you've never fucking gamed the situation in your life. You are a soy face. You're probably vegan. And fucking like,
I'm just trying to tell you.
You're here to groom kids. You're not here to do anything else. So it's like your first thought is like, oh shit, something's gonna happen here. We need to evacuate the school. Better open this unlocked door or this locked door. Turn it into a locked door. Prop it open.
That's not the facts.
Like who's confirmed that those doors weren't open? Like look at it like this. So like I said, I talked to my neighbor who's a Montgomery County teacher, and she's like,
oh God,
every door is open. So
no, the investigator.
The investigator goes through and is like, after the event, magically only one door is open.
Well, here's the thing too. It's like those doors can be locked in situ. Once the guy's already in, they could be like, oh,
then it's
fuck.
like.
But it's also the whole,
and that's protocol to like lock doors once a threat is inside, so the threat can't get back.
You want to compartmentalize as much as possible, so that you guys are
forgetting that this school was highly monitored, right? So every hallway, they have the shooter entering the school on video camera. But they know where he came from.
Sure. Here's the thing.
It's not like, oh wow, we didn't know he came from this door.
Like cameras and a surveillance system monitoring only works for reacting to a situation.
Yes.
And if you don't have the reaction force, like a dedicated security force who's monitoring those cameras,
watch the fucking
all that does is means that your investigation after the fact is going to be very thorough. It doesn't prevent anybody from fucking dying.
Thank
so
you fucking God. Yep.
I think a lot of times you get very lax on your security protocol.
Yeah.
And doors unlock. You have one way in and one way out. Everyone gets pissed off.
Sure.
Your staff.
Right.
And then they come back to the principal. Principal's like,
holy shit.
That happens once a podcast.
Once a podcast.
And then
it's usually me.
Now two doors are open. Now the whole school's open. And to the point, we have all these video cameras. We'll recognize if someone's coming in, and then we'll lock it down because or twice. I got it.
So I guess what I'm saying is, how the fuck, right? There was one door.
Yeah.
One door open. Whether that's
here's the thing though. How do you know it was that one door?
Yeah.
It was the door he went in through.
Well,
But how do you know it was the only one unlocked?
the investigators have said so.
But they're showing up after the fact. They don't know what was changed during the situation.
I understand this. I understand. So it's like your
Laziness will
Complacency.
totally eradicate your protocol. Because
I'm not arguing.
I think Texas in particular will go like high end on security, put all these cameras in, and what I've seen in the past has been like lock it all down when an event happens, and then reduce your protocol as nothing happens. I guarantee you there's more than one door open in that school on that day.
I would say based upon
it's how the police force got into where they did.
No, they didn't get in. That's been actually proven. Like that the county investigator just came in front of Congress. He was like, the schoolroom, right? That everyone said it was locked. He was like, this door was never locked. He looked at the video examination and said, no one ever, like we were told, no one ever tried to come up and try the door, put a key in the door to the classroom. No one.
So that dude went to the one
known
unlocked door.
Well, no, like so there's entry into the school, and then there's also entry into the classroom. We were told that no one could enter the school because the school was locked down, right? Well, that's a lie.
Well, that's also like the Titanic sinking. Like it was unsinkable because they had a sense of hubris. Any sort of school, they're not going to tell you their faults. Like they're not going to tell parents like, oh yeah, your kids are fucked if something happens.
Well,
they're going to be like, oh, don't get us wrong. Like everything's locked down, everything's so. And it's only until after a tragedy or an atrocity happens that people realize how full of shit they were. And it just, man, it's everybody fucked up, but the only part of the conspiracy that I can sort of like really get behind of where it's like, it wasn't even that this whole situation was preordained.
Sure.
It's the FBI knew that this guy was a fucking nut and was violent, was creeping on everybody he came into contact with.
Yep.
They didn't take any preventative measures because what they wanted was, hey, when we're low on our quota, we can just fucking rope this guy up. But until then, just leave him there. Yeah, man. Fucking that's how contingency systems work.
And there's tons of like indication on social media. This guy like was a
dirtbag. And nobody, none of the flags. We get flagged because I say transgenders, men that pretend are women are still men. XX, XY, and we get banned for that, right? But if you say that I'm going to go shoot a school,
well, this guy like I killed my grandmother, and I'm going to go shoot up a school.
Nothing.
Yeah, you don't like. The iPhone got rid of the gun emoji, and it's a water pistol now.
Well, I know the gun emojis made me want to commit mass murder all the time.
Yeah,
like
I
was generally pretty cool with it, like especially being in combat zones and just being like, oh, that guy might be Taliban, a guy might not.
He's a vampire.
Better not kill him until I know he's a threat for sure. But then I got home and people were like posting gun emojis, so like, man, I guess I just want to commit random murder. Yeah.
I mean, I could break this thing down.
Yeah, it's a tough.
It's one of those things where it's like I generally think that incompetence is overshadowing any sort of maliciousness.
Well, so I mean, so he's been
now left of or right of Bay, right? Now that you're right of Bay and the event has already happened, now you'll start to see malicious shit happen because they're trying to cover their own asses. Sure. Now it's a fucking free for all, and we are going to protect ourselves and fuck anybody who threatens.
Like I said on the last one, it's like some of that George Floyd stuff comes into play, right? Yeah. So we're trying to respond to an event that's already occurred, and you can't help but think about like what is the New York Times going to look at this? As I go in there, guns blazing,
Yeah.
and this
I mean,
dirtbag's
it's
like
always,
shooting
man,
up a bunch of
it's-
people,
That's
and
what you think about.
I'm gonna lay out some 18-year-old that's in a dress,
Because
and then
you're,
next
you're
thing
not the
I'm
good guy anymore. You're not the good guy anymore.
No,
You're the bad guy.
The second you slapped on a badge, you were always the bad guy.
totally.
Until you start arresting fucking Trump supporters for like trying to kidnap the governor of
And
whatever.
that's tough. It's tough to get over the New York Times like sniff test.
They're gonna bury.
So I think in this case, it was a whole bunch of that. Like you're outside, like, oh shit, there's some bad stuff going on inside. It's a kid that we have a profile on, I'm sure.
Sure.
And they're like
Right.
transgender, whatever's going
how
on.
do you,
and once again, I think the main layer of conspiracy I could throw on this is they knew who the kid was. They knew he was fucked up. They knew he was probably going to do some shit, but he hadn't yet. And so they were saving him for whenever they needed, like, the boss comes down and like, damn it, Assy McGee, I need you to fucking go, find some bad guys. Oh, what do you know? We just happen to have a bad guy here. Now we can rope him up. But until then, it's like, my job's not at risk until I need to act right now. And I better have somebody lined up for that.
Okay. So what do you say to the fact, it's not disputed. What do you say to the fact that, one, this guy has now been put on administrative leave, right? He's done.
Which guy, the chief?
The chief. Because he said
for
that
response time. And
he said, I didn't know that I was in charge. The chief of police for the Uvalde County school system, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that I was in charge. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Like, so if you aren't in charge, that means that someone else came up to you and said, "Hey, look, man, I'm in charge.
Yeah.
I'm running the show."
Sounds a lot like another event we talked about.
Yeah. So that's a flag in and of itself. Beyond that, there's now video evidence that there was a team of 7 people. They had ballistic shields, 2 ballistic shields, right? And they were in the school 10 minutes after the shooting started. 10 minutes, which is, to me, way too long. But they still had a team.
You think 10 minutes is long? Just wait until you hear the rest of the story.
I understand.
Yeah.
But there's video evidence that there was a team, 7 people, in the school, 2 ballistic shields. Everyone had AR-15s. I don't know what the caliber was, but nobody cares.
It's going to be 5.56. Nobody's taking an
I
AR-10.
understand this. So let's just assume it's 5.56.
223.
Yeah, whatever. Well, I mean, LEO
At
is
those
not,
distances.
LEO is not carrying 223.
No.
So they're probably doing soft points.
Sure.
Which is more than sufficient to take out one target. I don't care how many weapons you have, right?
Absolutely.
Seven people is more than sufficient with 2 ballistic shields to take out one target in one confined area. Done. But that chief gives a stand down order. A very clear, you will not proceed, you will not go forward, you're done. Why?
Now, I have only 2 possible explanations for that. One is he's retarded, or 2, he's in on a conspiracy.
Okay.
I choose the retarded method because it's a little bit more simpler. And also, I've met way more retarded people than I have like legitimately evil people, which is impressive, being that I live in the DC area. But
Fair enough.
But no, I think
Fair enough.
I think there's a possibility that, like, when you're in that situation of command, of a situation where you, like, quote unquote train for, but like you never expect to actually happen, where you just go kind of like condition black, and you're just like, all right, what can I handle? Well, I can handle a barricaded shooter better than I can an active shooter. So I'm going to pretend this whole situation is a barricaded shooter. So I think there's like a degree of psychology that goes into it.
Okay.
And
I'm following you right now.
And now that we're right of bang, and the
I'm
event
not
has already
buying into what you're saying, but I'm following.
No, but
No,
I'm saying
it is the psychology of things. Like to go in and like to be the guy in charge to like say pull trigger. Not everyone has our same mentality, man.
You're talking about kids.
Yeah,
And it's like kids. So kids that are under the age of 9.
But
that guy.
We've already seen that before with Parkland, where the school resource officer was just like, "Fuck this."
That's a very different story, man. You're talking about a fucking like 80-year-old guy that's like he's.
It doesn't matter because here's how school resource officers work.
I'm not talking about that. Sorry.
Is the school resource officer is a cushy fucking retirement job where either you send the guy that's done a great job and we're gonna let him ride out until his retirement, or it's I don't want this motherfucker on the streets. So I'm not gonna put him. I'm gonna put him in a controlled environment.
Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about like how do we actually in this situation, like to me, we had 7 guys, right? With on camera. 7 guys on camera that we know of. There was probably more guys that behind the camera. We had 7 guys with 2 ballistic shields that were moving down the hallway, right? Against an 18-year-old cross-dressing fucking freak. And I'll say it, that clear, which means that you have no fucking tactical knowledge. You have nothing, right? You walked into this, as you said, I just shot my grandmother and I'm fleeing everything. So nothing is real. Your whole world is upside down.
Yeah.
There's very few people that could understand the situation and be not just calm, but technical about what you're doing. And when I say very few people, very few people, like that could be like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm laying this out.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that. That's not him, right? That's not him.
So he's an easy target at that point.
To me, it's not even him, man. It's not even him. He doesn't have the ability. He doesn't have the fucking mental capacity to kill his grandmother, to drive a fucking truck, evade the police, crash through the fucking school, find the one door that's unlocked, and then go to the fucking classroom that you have association with, walk in, and then shoot and kill every single fucking child and teacher in that classroom. You don't have the fucking, there's no witnesses, right? You don't have the fucking ability to do that. As a fucking loser, transgender, fucking piece of shit motherfucker. You don't have that ability. I understand that you might think that you're a crazy person.
No, it's not even crazy. It's just break it down into step-by-step phases.
Dude, this is tactical.
Right? No. Break it down step by step because you don't need to be a genius to choose the best option between A and B. You might need to be a genius to choose A, B, C,
don't
D,
agree. Don't agree.
all the way through. But if I'm presented between,
I don't agree.
I killed my grandma and now I'm on the run. Where am I going? I might very well be able to choose a school.
Well,
once I'm at the school,
agree.
it's like, all right, how do I get in the school? All these locked doors or this one unlocked door?
I don't agree.
I know you don't agree. I'm just presenting.
Think about it
think of it like I'm steel manning the.
I understand, but think about it like from a fucking like an NFL play, right?
Right.
Like I have a line, and I have receivers, and I have a running back, right? My receivers go out, and they're supposed to run a fucking specific play. It's very specific to what the fuck my play is. If they go the wrong way, I'm done, right? You're trying to get me to believe that a fucking idiot, a moron in life that literally could not find a job at a fucking like the simplistic like drive-through. He couldn't do that, but he can plan out the most sophisticated shit. Like
I don't think he planned it out. I think given whatever the most obvious options that he had in each stage of events, he chose the most obvious. And here's what I would say:
I crashed my truck. I got out. There was just happened to be an open door
No,
that led me directly to the fucking classroom that I wanted to go to.
I would argue with your analogy of a football play. Football players are very highly coordinated before they're ever run. Think of it like hockey. It's constantly moving on.
Those
You are
dudes
constantly
trained.
You are constantly making decisions
Cool.
as they show up, and which is why you can see professional level hockey and just being like, that guy did retarded fucking shit. He fucked up. It's like, because you're not in the moment.
All right, I'm gonna ask you this.
Yeah.
So let's just pretend that I'm gonna put you on a team that you've been associated with for a long time.
Okay.
You know how they move. They know how you move, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna fucking put you on that team that you've never done shit before. You have no idea what you're doing.
Oh yeah, you move way slower.
No. Way slower?
Oh yeah.
No. You have no fucking clue what you're doing. None. They don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing.
Like you don't know what the task is. Or
it doesn't matter. There's no fluidity.
I think you moved the path of least resistance.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because at that point you're talking about like you don't have shorthand. What we're
It's
saying
like
here
being
is
blind and
that
door's open. That door's open.
We're not talking about shorthand on the part of the shooter, though.
But what you're saying is this: there was a door that's open, right?
Right.
The one door that he came to, and he crashed the truck, and then found that door.
Well, here's the thing: if I tell you, it's like, okay, there were 4 doors total. 3 of them were locked, and 1 was open, and he went through the open door. Now, I'm saying this after the fact.
Yep.
If you first hear it, your first thought might be like, oh, he went through the open door. He must have known where that is. Another possibility is he tried all fucking 3 doors. They were all locked. And then he finally got to an open one and went through it.
I would buy that if he hadn't just crashed a fucking truck after killing his grandmother.
And 1 door was open. It was propped open, right? So why am I going to bother trying 3 doors that might be locked rather than running through the 1 door that is open because some dumbass teacher fucking propped it open thinking we might have to evacuate?
You could go either way.
I'm saying, but there are multiple ways around this where it's like you need the empirical evidence before pure rationality will fucking take
listen,
you to a conspiracy.
I'm not saying that there is a conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Right? I'm not saying that.
And I'm pointing out all the different
I understand this. And
avenues
I have broken down every single fucking possible thing. But the point being is everything that I say, the logic says if I crash my truck and there's police chasing me, right? Actively chasing me. Like I don't have time to check multiple doors. I don't have time to go be like, oh fuck, this door's locked. Let me go to the other one. Like
but that goes back to which you have 4 doors, 3 are closed, 1's open, right? They might all be unlocked. They might all be locked. Why bother trying them when you see one that's actually open? And the only reason that's open is because some dumbass teacher heard a fucking car crash on the property and was like, oh shit, we might have to evacuate, do some sort of fire drill bullshit. So I'm going to fucking prop this open.
I don't buy that at all. So
I don't think the teacher was in on it. Like
no, but I'm just like, where's the open fucking, like, think about what you're saying. There's a crash stemming from a car chase, right?
Yeah.
Where's the open door that the guy sees?
Yeah, I mean, regardless, it goes back to response time from event, right? So
if you don't have people on site,
there's multiple events that happen.
Yeah.
It was what I was saying. Break it down.
Yeah. Kill grandma. Like, let's not like.
I can break it down great.
Neo in the Matrix, like take the red pill or blue pill. Right?
It's got nothing to do with that.
Well, it's the open door.
Goes down to any other person. You're just as likely to. I kill my grandmother, and now I'm bunkering down at her house for the cops.
100%.
This guy decided to run, but that creates a whole new
escalation of events. Right?
Events. Yeah.
So, dude kills grandma. Cops start chasing him, and it all. I agree with you. It's all response time to the event. You know something bad happened that you need to take out scumbag. Scumbag now crashes into a school, then starts running for a door. Why No response.
77 minutes later.
Where that dude,
the absolute wrong thing happened, where they were just like, "This is a barricaded subject."
We can argue all day, like there's 3 doors and he went through one that was open, or he tried them all, or he knew where he was going. Regardless, scumbag should have never made it to next level of escalation of the threat.
Sure.
It should have been like, scumbag killed grandma, please follow him, crash car, get out car, dead right there.
Yeah. Or wherever he's running to.
Right. Exactly. It should have never got to the next level.
Anytime it does when it shouldn't,
it gets worse.
You increase the level of ridiculousness in the situation.
You can't get into a school
with that much ridiculous. Something is just as likely to be like pre-planned and malicious versus opportunity strikes. He finds a fucking open door, runs through it, and now you're wondering why the fuck was that door open? Doesn't matter. He found one. He got in.
Like you go back and like do analysis of all these mass shootings, and it's opportunity.
Yeah.
It's time to opportunity, and the more, if you can like kill the opportunity for the shooter, the more chances you have to like 100%. end the event, right? So lock door. They're just going through like.
What do you think?
It becomes like a tunnel vision, right? Yeah. You're going through path of least resistance. I'm going to die. You have to like look at that from the shooter perspective. Like you're going to die. You're going to die, and you want someone to kill you, but you want to take out like collateral damage.
You want to be remembered.
Yeah,
like
check.
Jordan Peterson, whatever the fuck you think about him, he asked a shitload of people. He's just like, would you rather be hated or ignored? And everybody said hated. They'd rather be like well known for terrible reasons than never known at all.
Right.
So people will go for the dramatic, terrible exit than they will the mundane, unknown.
So I think to your point, there's a bunch of, to unwrap this a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of failures. There's the shooter goes into the shooter mode it's the animal that's gonna die. Yeah. So they're doing drastic shit to like not die right there. So he's flailing, doing whatever he needs to do to get out of the event. But you need to put it down.
Actions like they're never
it's irrational.
Smart. But they're never smart actions.
But you were also pointing out he's a fucking crazed kid that can't hold down a job. He's 18, wearing a dress with long hair, and can't smile in a picture.
He's a wounded animal.
He's not making smart decisions. He's just making obvious decisions.
Yeah,
so,
it's
a burrow. I mean,
you wing an animal, and it's gonna do things that just survive. And I think that's where Dress Boy was.
I understand. I understand Dress Boy. Like, I disagree. Like, this was not reactionary. This was very, very
calculated,
like deliberate. Yeah.
Everything about it.
I think you give him more credit than he
deserves. But here's the thing.
How am I giving credit to him?
You might 100% be right. I'm just saying there are other simpler avenues that you can sort of take, which, I mean, it sort of negates the idea of him having to be an evil genius that planned this out and also had help from the feds.
I don't think he was an evil genius at all.
I think when you go irrational, like you're just
man. You got 77 minutes, right? 77 minutes.
You should have had 5, but you had 77.
Yeah. They afforded him a lot of time.
Which to me,
which is not fair.
I'm just saying, if you're a 17, 18-year-old kid, right?
Sure.
You don't want to kill people.
No,
that's not ingrained into an 18-year-old brain.
Like we talked about before, like other mass shootings that I've been involved with, it's like the more time you give scumbag, the more shit's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Like it's just inevitable.
Yeah.
Like you go into an event, you're pissed off at like the one person that pissed you off, right?
Yeah.
Boom. Now what? And now I have 2 FN 5.7s, right? And I'm like, well, fuck you.
Okay, you rich motherfucker. Like
you're cool. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, that's we talked about this on the first podcast. Fort Hood 1.
Yeah.
Ballistics, man. It doesn't matter.
2 FN 5.7.
I know that happened when I was in boot camp, so we were just like, I guess we're deploying to Texas now.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Give me this shit. Give me this.
Like talk about a weapon that is like very effective in that kind of scenario. Like,
Right.
Well, it's because he's surrounded by people that when they would be responding, they would be in body armor. Like you could be out in the sticks, and your local sheriff's department, when they respond, they're just going to be in their fucking tails. This guy knew that he was going to be getting responded on by MPs, so he was just like,
that's the whole point.
I'm going to spend $200 per
guys.
bag.
It's buying time. Like you have a very limited amount of time when you decide to go like that.
Body armor? Why? Right? No, it doesn't add up, man. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so I don't know. He might have been planning to do something not spontaneous, but dramatic, like kill grandma, right? And then after that, he decides, I'm going to have to hold up somewhere. Body armor will give me a little bit more chance.
To do what? Right?
To make your final stand. If you're worrying about infamy,
I understand.
then like even if
I get it, man.
Obviously, if the school comes up and you're worried about infamy, you're like, oh, I'm going to kill as many kids as possible. If that doesn't come up, then it's like, how long of a last stand and a hold up barricaded situation can I really give them? Because if you can give them, good Lord, fucking 24 hours, you're already beating the pack by like 16, you know?
24 hours is a long time.
Yeah.
It's a long time.
Which is why most of them don't end that.
And I bet if you go through this guy's like Google searches, it's like he studied every single other like mass shooting scenario.
Which is why, and here's the thing, the Uvalde shooting did not happen in a vacuum. So what happened before that? The Buffalo shooting.
Right.
Yeah.
Every mass shooting, once it finally fucking happens and once it hits the airwaves of national TV, you can be guaranteed to see more of them.
Yeah.
Might not be in the same neighborhood, probably not even in the same state. You are going to see more of them. Mass shootings happen in clusters. And you know why? It's because they are not caused by the availability of guns. They are caused by the dissemination of media. National media, international media, social media has created fucking clusters of mass shootings. You will see more of them whenever you see the one that pops out of nowhere. That first one is going to be a random fucking isolated incident. Everyone that happens after that is going to be because some fucking psycho saw how much attention that first guy was getting and decides that he's going to beat the high score, he's going to get more infamy, and he is going to be remembered.
And we talked about this too on the first one. Like, and that's
a good point, man.
Yeah.
The Buffalo shooter had a manifesto that was almost identical to the New Zealand shooter.
Yeah.
The New Zealand mass shooter at the mosque in Christchurch did so. First off, he shot up a mosque in New Zealand to influence United States domestic politics, whether that was gun politics or not. He knew that shooting up a mosque in a fucking relatively gun-unfriendly country would affect U.S. politics. He's not worried about local situation. He's not worried about local fucking social dynamics. He's worried about mass social media repercussions. And after he shot up the fucking places in Christchurch, that's when we started seeing other mass shootings occur. Mass shootings come in clusters because CNN is not going to give up a goddamn rating over lives. They don't give a fuck. And they will fucking do whatever they can to gain ratings. It doesn't matter how many fucking school kids die. But they will point at you, a fucking gun owner, and say it's your fault. Don't fall for it.
Well, all right. So with that,
That's intense.
Woo, man.
But agreed. And backed by some Harvard data that we talked about on the very first podcast.
100%.
Availability is not the issue at all.
Well, goddamn, boys. Well, this was shit. I mean, we've only done 3 now, so but this was by far
The most intense.
Woo! This was good shit. I thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me up here.
Nah, man,
bro.
this was good shit. God, it was our midget.
Just work out more. Get your arms longer.
This was good stuff. Hey, so guys, check this out. If you guys like what you're doing or like what we're doing and you like what you're saying, please check us. Share the post, share us on Instagram, on YouTube. If you want the merch, check it out on the website. Please do. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. And if you're home Whiskey thoughts, man.
And I
Drink,
owe someone $20.
yeah,
So,
drink it up, man.
or a hat.
So thank you for watching. We'll check you next time.
Peace out.